6, 2026. Can we all stand for the Pledge of the Allegiance? I
Pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Camp Sunshine announcements.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Today is Tuesday, May 26th in the year 2026. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. And in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the city clerk and posted on the city bulletin and on the city website on Friday, May 22nd of this year. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and made available to the public.
Thank you. Can we do a roll call?
Yes, Vice Chair Wick,
Here.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Here.
Commissioner Stamato,
Here.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Here.
Commissioner Patel, and Madam Chair Gongadin.
Here.
All right, we have 6 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can we swear in the staff, please?
See Tanya, Matt, Sophia, Cam, do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Any correspondence?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have 2 items under new business that have requested to adjourn and renotice. So starting on page 4, item 14 in new business. This is case P23-043, a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 300 Communipal Avenue. They have requested to adjourn, and they will renotice for July 28th. And then on the last page of the agenda, page 6, item 19 in new business, case P2024-0240, 240, a minor site plan with C variances. Address is 916 and 918 Westside Avenue. They've requested to adjourn, and they will renotice for June 30th. And that concludes correspondence. And for the record, we've marked into evidence the sunshine announcement as B1.
Thank you. Can we have the, for the record, Commissioner Councilwoman Elena Little? Thank you. So if there's anyone from the public here for case P23-043, this matter has been adjourned and it will be renoticed for July 28. Likewise, for case P2024-0240, will be renoticed for June 30th. So if you're here, please take note. Thank you. At this time, I would like to go on to old business. And as our previous chair had promised, and we need to move forward with that we will call on case P2024-0229, which is the review and discussion of the master plan amendments within the Caven Point redevelopment plan. And we will call case P2024-0182, which is a preliminary and final major site plan and interim use. Address is 200 Chapel Avenue. The petitioner is Pulte Homes of New Jersey.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm going to have to recuse myself on those 2 issues.
Thank you so much for attending.
I'll be available if you need me.
Sure, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is... Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. My name is James McCann from the Law Office of Connell Foley in Jersey City. I'm here on behalf of the applicant on both matters that were just called by the chairwoman.
Thank you, counsel. Let's get everybody representing anybody on record.
Good evening, Martin Cavalar, Becker, NEPC, on behalf of Port Liberté Homeowners Association, Inc. And I believe the microphone is not on.
I believe that's correct.
Did we get that on the record, though?
And Ms. Hagianis?
Good evening, Commissioner Cynthia
You have to flick the switch underneath.
Cindy, come over here.
Thank you, Matt.
Good evening, Commissioner Cynthia Hagianis, appearing on behalf of Port Liberté Condominium Association Number 1. Thank you.
And good evening. My name is William Rodriguez. I'm from Griffin, Alexander. We're here on behalf of Port Liberté Condominium Association Number 3. We understand where things are procedurally, so at this time, we're not going to be presenting any witnesses, but we are here to observe so we can report back to the association.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McCann, I believe the matter was heard last at the April meeting. It was carried to the May 12th meeting, and at the May 12th meeting, we set it down for this evening. So, Cameron, if any of the commissioners were not available at any of the prior meetings, we just need to have them certify.
Council, we actually have the exact same board that we had at the April 28th meeting, so we are prepared to proceed.
Thank you.
So, Mr. McCann, we had left off and you were calling a planning witness, but Madam Chair, I think there was one other item you wanted to address first. O'Day.
Yes, if I may. We have among us one of the elected officials here that he's on a little of a time constraint, so if I may, Commissioner Bilodeau, if you may, proceed to the microphone, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you extending that courtesy to me. I'll be brief. As an elected official who literally goes back to the days when there was first a Port Liberté redevelopment plan as a young city councilman with darker hair, I just want to express some concerns over this application. I know previously you've discussed an overriding issue, which I leave it to the lawyers, which is whether or not the redevelopment plan still exists, whether or not the time period has run out. The city chose to put a time period on a redevelopment plan, and one can argue that that redevelopment plan no longer exists, and the venue to create zoning for that is a different zoning than would be done here before today. I leave that to the lawyers, but I need to put that on the record. I just have some overall concerns with the project being proposed, but more importantly, additionally, with what seems to be an exemption or exclusion if this project moves forward with their obligations as it relates to maintenance of things like a walkway, roadways, etc. I think that when anyone contemplated that development, it was always contemplated that all phases of that development would need to contribute, because all residents that would reside in that area benefit from walkways, benefit from roadways, benefit from the things that need to be done to maintain those roadways and pathways, etc. So I have general concerns about it. I have an overriding concern about whether or not the zoning or redevelopment plan still carries. But I also think you need to make sure that the obligation of any project that may move forward there pays in all obligations as would any other project within the Port Liberté area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I ask a question? Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I was wondering if you could specify specifically which walkways are under consideration here.
I'm thinking I guess the walkway closest to the waterfront. My understanding is that there is no agreement or commitment for them to pay their whatever would be the proportionate share as determined by the number of units in the building for that. That would be the most overriding one. But I think there may also be issues as it relates to the road maintenance, the main road that goes into there that's still maintained and paid and plowed by the people that live there. But the walkway that goes along the waterfront, which is key, because it serves not only there, but goes to Liberty State Park and other areas, is a fundamental. And my understanding is that walkway will sooner rather than later need some serious upgrades or work done on it.
Okay, thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
very much.
clarifying.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you so much. Mr. McCann, you may proceed.
So, can you hear me? At this time, the applicant has decided to not present any further direct testimony. but reserves the right to present rebuttal testimony based upon whatever testimony the HOA and any other objectors may offer. So we're basically resting our case subject to rebuttal testimony and a summation by me. And also on the site plan application, we'll hold the presentation of the amendment to the master plan until such time as we hear the objector's testimony on the site plan. I don't think there's much reason to have an amendment to the Caven Point master plan if this board doesn't approve the site plan application that's before it. So we're going to hold that testimony and wait until after the objectors put their case in.
Any questions, Madam Chair, members of the board?
I have a question based on what the commissioner just said, and forgive me if this is not the right time to ask it. I can retract it and ask it later. But is contributing to a fund for the waterfront walkway and/or road maintenance a condition that you would be willing to consider?
It's not, because there are no requirements. An HOA, and there's 3 condominiums that are all under this HOA. An HOA is a homeowners association. They are all under the umbrella of the homeowners association. The controlling documents, which are covenants and restrictions and master deeds, all of which are recorded in the Hudson County Registrar's Office, none of those documents require this property to participate or pay any of the dues, maintenance fees, and maintain the amenities that the freeholder was discussing. So the reason we are not offering to join that association is they have no obligation to, and this is a completely separate community. I know the freeholder has his position, and I know he has his concerns, but you can't find a single document anywhere that requires that. Therefore, that's not a condition that the applicant should even have to consider, nor is that a condition that this board, that's a homeowners condominium association kind of dispute. It's not a land use dispute. So I respectfully request that you leave the condominium association, homeowner association disputes to the courts, because that's where they would belong. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cynthia Janus.
I actually would like to comment on what the applicant's attorney, some of the representations he just made to the board. So the Caven Point redevelopment plan does not envision approving the site plan prior to approving the amendment to the master plan. And the language of the redevelopment plan is very clear. In section F, it states, I think it's there's a Roman numeral 7F. It says, in order to encourage more comprehensive multi-phase developments, a master plan for all or part of the redevelopment plan must be presented by the developer to the planning board prior to submission of individual site plans. And I think a fair reading of that is that the application for the for the master plan amendment should have been considered before the application for the site plan was ever submitted to this board. And I think the planner I brought with me tonight can elaborate more on that, but I don't even know how they decided what the site plan application was supposed to be without getting an amendment to the master plan approved by this board prior. So in my view, the applicant has put the cart before the horse. Secondly, when he's saying there is no filed document anywhere, that is something I just can't say is true. Last week I found a filed waterfront development permit that dates back to 1984. It has the word easement on it. An easement is a covenant that runs with the land. It is not something that you can get out of doing because of a change in ownership or a change in the association. It doesn't have to be an association document. And there are additional modifications of this original easement document that state that this easement and this waterfront development permit affects the entire Caven Point area in perpetuity. So I don't think there's any way the applicant can get out of this obligation, even if they haven't put the DEP on notice and they haven't put the planning department on notice. There are filed documents that expressly state that the applicant is under an obligation. Thank you.
Council, let's talk about it. Ms. Hagianis, don't go anywhere with that document. Have you shown it to Mr. McCann? Is Mr. McCann aware of the document?
Apparently he's not.
I'm not.
I mean, I would think he should be. He's handled, I think, some of these other applications on Caven Point.
Council, I'm just a little caught off guard because obviously this has been going on for months.
Yeah, I mean, it was incumbent upon the applicant to draw it to the planning board's attention.
But when you discovered it, you probably should have shared it. But okay.
It's an ongoing obligation. I mean, I think you're finding out about it.
But here we are.
Right.
So,
right, and this is the time.
Mr. McCann, Ms. Hagianis is waving a document around.
Well, I don't know exactly what it is.
Neither do I.
I emailed the planning staff about it earlier today. I kind of assumed they would communicate with Mr. McCann about it. And I think you were CC'd on the email.
Ms. Hagianis, we have gone over this before in the past in terms of when we need documents submitted and shared, and here we are.
This
so
is
we'll deal with it.
This is a public document that it was incumbent upon the applicant to bring it to the board's attention. The fact that I had to find it as the objector counsel is really kind of egregious. And the fact that the NJDP should have been a review agent on this application and hasn't, I don't believe, has been notified about this waterfront development
Don't know
permit.
anything about it. We're learning about it in real time.
Right, that's
So-
right. But I think there's planning staff. This could have been picked up on by any number of people. The fact that I'm the one picking up on it at the tail end of the application is problematic, but it's not problematic for the reason you seem to be saying it's problematic. It's
Problematic because we're all here now and nobody's prepared to address the document. Mr. McCann?
So I have in my hand a jurisdictional determination from the State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection stating that a waterfront development permit for Lot 15, Lot 22 in Block 27503 is not required. That's this. I'll offer it as an exhibit, but it clearly states that this project, this property is not subject to the waterfront development plan. We notified that, and there was a notice to the NJDEP, and this is what we got, a jurisdictional determination. Now I will represent to you that it was from a prior developer, but it was for the exact same property that we're talking about today. So I disagree with Ms. Hagianis' comments, and I think this document, which I'd like to offer as an exhibit to my application, is all that's needed for this issue. I was not aware until now, or actually until this afternoon. I think I saw an email from Cynthia to the Planning Division raising these issues. So this is the first I'm hearing of it too, and this is my response to it.
So, Ms. McCann, you saw that document? That's why you have a response?
No, I saw an email from Cynthia to one of the staff members raising this issue.
And that's a document you sent it to planning staff?
I did not. I just brought it with me tonight. There was really no time.
So, Madam Chair,
But-
this is what happens. I think that the best course of action for the board, we're going to mark both documents. Everything is subject to these other jurisdictions. So I just, for the board and for the public, it's very hard to move forward with applications when things happen like this, and the board does not have the time to review these things. But fortunately, these documents deal with another jurisdiction, which this board, anything this board does is subject to that jurisdiction. So we'll mark them, we'll accept them, they'll be part of the record. We've got a difference of opinion as to what the DEP's jurisdiction regarding the site is, and the DEP will determine that. This board's not going to determine that. So, Ms. Hagianis, we're going to mark yours first. Mike, I don't think we have O2.
O2, that is correct.
This is O2. So, Ms. Hagianis, can I have that?
Yeah, I just
document?
handed them up to Fernando. I'm sorry, Matt. Sorry.
Ms. Hagianis, is this one document? Because it's clipped separately.
So the first document is the original filed easement. It's dated September 15th, 1985. And the second document are modifications to that easement document. It's kind of an assortment of documents, but the first one is stamped October 16th, 2007. And
All right, so let's do this. The document that's been marked as O2 is a document September 15th, 1986. It is recorded at book 4062, page 178. Through 237. Ms. Hagianis, this next document,
so the permit documents are appended, I guess, to an amendment to the restated Declaration of Covenants, Easements, and Restrictions.
so Ms. Hagianis, the second document we're going to mark as O3. This document is entitled Eighth Amendment to Restated Declaration of Covenants, Easements, and Restrictions for the Port Liberté development. It's recorded at book 8353, page 134 through page 179. That's O2 and O3. And A29 is an October 10th, 2017 Coastal Jurisdiction Determination Letter from the State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, addressed to a Mr. David Draper. And it is a 2-page letter, October 10th, 2017. A29.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hagianis. Mr. Caliber.
May I see the document that is Cynthia's exhibit?
Madam Chair, fellow members of the Planning Board, thank you first for your time this evening. I do want to just give a brief overview of what the objector's case here is tonight. And it is about 4 main topics. One was the expiration of the redevelopment plan. I will not rehash that out here tonight, do not worry. That was already addressed at a prior hearing. So thank you for hearing us on that piece of it. The second dovetails a little bit with the objection made by Port Liberté 1, and that is that there are certain easements required that the applicant ultimately does not have. Now, I'm going to talk about that for a moment because whether or not they have the easement or their easement document is correct is probably not a determination for you to make, though what you can do if there was a resolution of approval is make it clear that such an easement is needed because my client objects to the easement document that was put forth. I'll talk about that just briefly in a moment. The third topic is the installation of netting that is being required by JCMUA. That was in the applicant's, I think, Exhibit 25. I'll talk about that briefly. And then finally, you're going to hear from 2 experts tonight on behalf of Port Liberté Homeowners Association. We have Michael Pesolano, who's a professional planner with us. Michael, are you here somewhere? And we have Nancy Wong, who is a professional engineer in the second row back here. Okay, so let me briefly talk about this easement requirement so I can at least get it on the record. There is a suggestion from the applicant that an easement exists, and they put this in their application, that allows the applicant use of the Port Liberté Homeowners Association property. Association's position is there is no such easement. The reason I say this kind of dovetails with prior counsel's argument is that the easement that is being referred to in the record is a document called Confirmation of Easement. My client is not a signatory to that document. The applicant, as I understand it, is relying on language in the association's declaration. The association's declaration was crafted by the current property owner, Pulte being a contract purchaser of the property. And that would have permitted an easement if the applicant was going to be part of the HOA. As you've heard, the applicant is not willing and takes the position that they don't have to be part of the HOA. Again, we think they do, not an issue for this board to determine, but it is still important. And you should take your counsel's advice on this, but our request is that in the event you were to accept this easement document and you were to rely on it in approving it, you need to make it a condition of approval that that easement actually exists, that that easement says what it says, and that it's a valid easement, right? Pretty straightforward. If somebody needs an easement as part of an application, you do your due diligence. You don't get into arguing is the easement valid or not, but they need to come forward with something. They came forward with a document, yes, but my client is not a signatory to that document. They are not subject to that easement. Funny enough, they're relying on the very declaration that they say they don't need to be a part of, saying that gives them those easement rights. So that's the issue on the easement. If you were to approve, there needs to be a condition of approval that they have a valid easement. We can take that up via other means at that point in time. The next topic, before we get to our expert testimony, and Ms. Wong will actually touch upon this just a little bit, is the installation of the netting that is required for the existing pump station. Applicant showed a letter from JCMUA and said that, you know, the cost is going to be borne 33% by the applicant and the rest by the JCMA. That letter itself acknowledges that there is an existing pump station and that there's issues with that. Now, I understand the Oliver building went in. That's over and done with. There were no issues before that building went in. That building was constructed. There are now issues. My client also doesn't take issue with the netting. You'll hear from Ms. Wong about the netting. She's not going to get up here and say, I have an issue with the netting. Our issue is that JCMA is saying our client now has to pay for that netting. Didn't create the problem, but has to pay for that netting. That is something you can require as a condition of approval. They want the application to be approved. They're coming in. They're going to worsen the condition. My expert will tell you there's a solution to that. They agree with their expert that it's the netting, but the netting should be a condition of approval at the cost of Pulte. Lastly, Mr. Pesolano and Mrs. Wong. Mr. Pesolano, I'll call him first. He's a professional planner. He's going to speak to some of the site-related issues that he has identified in his report. Then I'll call Ms. Wong, who is a professional engineer. She's going to talk about grading and drainage. During my cross-examination, I talked a little bit about flooding and the impact of the conditions on the site if the applicant's proposed site is approved. And she'll speak to what our concerns are and, as a result, why the applicant's application should be denied by this board. So with that, I would like to call Mr. Pesolano as our first witness this evening. Do you want me to voir dire Mr. Pesolano? Or I've seen it be the practice of the board that the chair does it, so. Or maybe counsel.
Let's get Mr. Pesolano
Sworn in.
sworn.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you speak, spell your name, please?
Yes, Michael J. Pesolano, that's spelled P-E-S-S-O-L-A-N-O, licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey.
Mr. Pesolano, is your license current and in good standing?
It is.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. I have your concurrence that Mr. Pesolano is accepted as an expert in professional planning. Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman. Okay. Mr. Pesolano, can you talk to me about the scope of your involvement in this matter?
Yes, I was retained by the HOA to evaluate the proposed site plan. That's the subject of this application. From a planning perspective, kind of a nuts and bolts, how does this site plan look and work kind of evaluation compared against the redevelopment plan and applicable regulations otherwise. The original effort was circulated, my original findings. The applicant's team responded with comments, item for item, which knocked out several of my initial questions or concerns. So we now have a distilled list of a few more items that I believe have not been adequately addressed by the plan revisions. I have reviewed the original plans and the revised plans, reviewed the Cabin Point redevelopment plan, applicable city regulations, visited the site. I want to mention that my core competency, one of them as a professional planner, I'm now in my 5th decade of experience as a professional planner, despite my youthful appearance. So it's what I have done a lot of. I have looked at all sorts of site plans and consider myself quite competent at reviewing and critiquing site plans.
And Mr. Pesolano, you said you issued 2 reports in this matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The first, that was your August 11th, 2025 report?
That's correct.
But then you amended that report in February of 26?
Yes,
Okay. And you issued a February 3rd, 2026 report?
I did.
Okay. And the remaining issues that you have with the application, those are solely set forth in the February 3rd, 2006 report?
That's correct, Mr. Caballero.
Okay. What number are we up to? Are we up to 4 or 5? Oh, 4. Okay, so can we mark this as 04, please? Do I need to mark it, or I could mark it? February 3rd. Here, I'll give you a copy, Mr. Owen.
For you. This is a February 3rd, 2026 MJP Land Use Planning LLC Planning Report for the Port Liberté Homeowners Association. It is 7 pages. This was uploaded to the portal prior to this evening, which I have seen. So 04.
Thank you. Okay, and as you stated, all of your remaining concerns, those are addressed in this report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you walk me through what your concerns are with the project as revised by the applicant?
Yes, gladly. Starting with sheet 5, the overall site plan, CS 100, as shown on that document, I raised a comment about the height of the retaining wall only being expressed in general terms, and this is a retaining wall that abuts the Phase 3 portion of my client's area. And
What's the concern about the height of the retaining wall?
is it appropriate at that height? Is it an effective and durable barrier to avoid inappropriate and unsafe access between phases by scaling of the fence?
What makes you have that concern?
The dimensions are minimal. They're not really detailing in enough breadth the overall height of this so-called barrier between development areas.
And you've attended the hearings in this matter, correct?
Yes.
Have you heard any testimony regarding the retaining walls to demonstrate the adequacy of the wall to restrict unauthorized access?
I can't recall any focused on that particular point. And we're also dealing with the concern that is compounded by the proposed elevation of the subject property, the Pulte property. The entire land area will be elevated behind this wall.
What's the concern about that?
Well,
The raising of the property?
it makes it easier to get from there to into Phase 3 by scaling whatever is on top of the wall, if there is even anything on it.
So the proposed site is going to be several feet higher than the existing
Correct.
neighboring Port Liberté site?
Yes.
Okay, and you have a concern with access from the proposed site at a higher elevation to the lower elevation?
Yes, and I looked specifically at that on the heels of my clients saying they have a concern about the trespassing, if you will, of the new residents that would occupy the Pulte Homes development coming through and utilizing the amenities that they're proposing to not take any responsibility for maintaining.
Okay, so you have a overall concern with access of users of the proposed site based on the layout of the retaining walls, the height of the property, and then accessing the association's property?
That's correct.
Okay, and you haven't heard testimony regarding that from the applicant, is your concern?
I haven't heard testimony. The response to that comment from the applicant was that spot elevations along the retaining wall are placed on sheets CG 102, the grading plan, and CG 103, grading plan insets. And so I still maintain the specific testimony regarding the retaining wall should be provided to demonstrate the adequacy of the wall to restrict unauthorized access and effectively channel stormwater to appropriate locations. I'll leave the latter part to Ms. Wong to explain if further questions are on that point.
Okay, and then on sheet 5, sticking with the same sheet, the overall site plan CS 100, you had a second comment about a proposed easement. What was the concern there?
Yes, that would be for an easement for gated emergency access through Phase 3. It appears to require an easement from the Port Liberté Homeowners Association. But I observed that surface finishes, maintenance, and access details should be more clearly depicted on the plans. We don't know what any of those are about based on the filed plans. Parking or storage on the grass paver emergency access should be prohibited as well.
And this goes again, assuming an easement exists, these are conditions that you think should be placed on that?
Yes.
Okay. And you referenced the comment or response from the from the applicant providing a confirmation of easement. Did you take a look at that document?
Actually, I can't speak to that.
Okay. But have you heard the applicant provide specific testimony regarding the existence of an easement in the case?
I've heard it referred to. But
And that was that confirmation of easement that I
Yes.
discussed earlier,
Mhm.
correct? Okay. You also had a concern with increased visitors. What was the issue there? Oh, you covered that one already. My apologies. You had comments about traffic circulation. That was the third comment.
Well, actually, the third comment was about the obstruction of views by the proposed, a portion of the proposed stacked townhouse buildings relative to my client's views that they now enjoy towards the harbor.
Tell me about the concern related to views, I assume you mean of the skyline? Okay, and how that relates to the redevelopment plan, if it does at all?
The redevelopment plan specifically asserts in section Roman numeral 3D of the redevelopment plan, saying the intent is to produce a design that facilitates maintaining scenic view sightlines from within the development toward the various scenic features surrounding the redevelopment area. An exhibit of the views I suggest should be entered into the record along with specific testimony. The initial response to my initial comment was that instead of building a 15-story building, the proposed buildings would be 4 stories. However, and they also made an argument that visual corridors also apply from outside the redevelopment area, such as highway drivers. The reduced building height, they said, provides a broader public benefit of preserving view corridors, but without demonstrating that, which led to my prior comment about the view exhibit should be presented so the board knows whether it is or isn't something that will frustrate this very important objective in the redevelopment plan.
So your suggestion would be that the planning board hear testimony from the applicant about how its proposed development won't impact the sightline views in accordance with the redevelopment plan?
That's correct.
Okay, and your understanding is this board had previously determined that they were going to apply the redevelopment plan. So if they're applying the redevelopment plan, this is something they would need to take into consideration.
Yes. And then comment 4 on the same sheet. I observed that the parking supply appears adequate to the number of spaces, especially the number of visitor spaces, which will actually exceed the number of spaces required by the redevelopment plan and the New Jersey Site Improvement Standards, New Jersey RSIS, as it's affectionately known. But this additional set of visitors, kind of a build it and they will come kind of concept, means more potential wanderers into and throughout the amenities of currently built phases. The response from the applicant on that was future residents and guests of Liberty Watch development will not have access to amenities on the neighboring property. I simply respond to that by saying testimony as to how this access will be prevented should be provided within this hearing.
Okay, and your understanding is that as this area was originally contemplated, the Pulte site was going to be part of the POHOA, meaning Port Liberty HOA, and if it was, this wouldn't actually be a concern, correct?
Correct.
But because they're proposing to not be part of the HOA, you're suggesting that they ought to give testimony before the planning board to show how they're going to prevent those wanderers onto what is the HOA's neighboring property.
Exactly.
Based on the existing site layout.
Yes.
Okay.
Still on this same sheet of the site plan, I observed that there's really not a lot of room for maneuvering and temporary parking to accommodate removal and return of vehicles to garage spaces within the proposed development. This to me raises potential congestion, spontaneous congestion, and perhaps emergency access concerns.
What would you expect to hear or expect the planning board to require the applicant to demonstrate to resolve those concerns?
Well, I saw that in the response from the applicant, an assertion that the project meets RSIS parking requirements throughout the development and that the driveway/garage configuration is a typical design for residential communities with townhouses, and it does not create an unsafe or inefficient condition.
Is there something unique, though,
Yes.
about this site? And what is
Yes,
that?
indeed. The site, as truly atypical of development in Jersey City, as I know it to be, which usually involves multiple points of access due to a very complex and well-developed street grid system. This project, however, depends on a single point of entry and exit, which itself is on a single roadway in and out of the entire area, that is Chapel Avenue. While an emergency access easement is planned between the development phases, it's a minimum measure, and such access itself can easily become blocked by such as the storing of vehicles or materials, that are about to be installed or whatever might be put there because it's a convenient, available place, whereas all the rest of the site area is either buildings or parking or roadways.
So it becomes even more important that they actually have that easement in the first place, correct?
That is certainly true. So while an emergency access easement is planned, it's a minimum measure, and it can become easily blocked. Tight circulation within this project continues to be, to me, a major design issue and should be affirmatively addressed in a revised design.
In why do you opine that there's tight circulation within the project? What is that based on? Can you explain that to the planning board?
Yes. Even though there are 24-foot aisles behind all of the parking spaces, there is tight maneuvering. I saw in the fire truck turning diagram that there is no room for error for a fire truck to make some of the curves within the center of the development as it's currently designed. I think we can do better in 2026 with that kind of outcome, quite frankly. So I don't see any reason not to be able to provide turning room and then some, given the stakes involved, the close proximity of this development. Should there be a wind-driven fire blowing the flames and fire to the adjoining phase, that's avoidable if it was due to a fire truck not being able to maneuver because a pickup truck stuck out too far into the driveway aisle.
I was going to say, why is it important to have room for error? Those are the types of scenarios you're
Yes.
thinking about?
Yes.
Okay. You also had concerns with respect to sheet number 6, CS 101. What was the
Yes.
concern there?
I saw that driveway aisle is dimensioned to 22 feet in width, whereas the conformance table says proposed aisles are 24 feet. I find that 22, for the reasons I just stated, is very tight for backing out of individual townhome driveway spaces and unduly restrictive of traffic flow while residents are shuffling their vehicles in and out of garages. As stated before, the RSIS minimum is 24 feet. Applicant responded by saying it complies with the redevelopment plan, which wants 22-foot wide driveway aisles, and the spaces themselves are extra long at 20 feet versus the required 18 feet in length.
So why still a concern then?
Going back to my prior comment, again, even with that design, it just barely allows room for a piece of emergency equipment to maneuver through the travel lanes between the parking spaces.
Okay. So as a professional planner, in your opinion, there should be some room for error in that regard for emergency vehicles.
It makes logical sense.
Makes good planning sense?
And good planning sense.
Okay. The next sheet, sheet number 7, CS 102. Any issues there?
Again, that deals with 22 versus 24 feet in width, and my same concerns apply on this sheet.
You talked a little bit about, in this regard, on this sheet, perpendicular parking spaces. What was your comment about the perpendicular parking spaces along the main entrance driveways?
Actually, that's the next comment, dealing with temporary vehicle parking spaces. The applicant responded that there are perpendicular spaces along the main entrance driveway across from Building 1. My concern was that there were very few temporary spaces convenient to Buildings 7, 8, and 9 as proposed on the plan, all of which are on 22-foot aisles.
So
In response to
this
the,
deals with the guest parking, is that what this
Yes.
is? Okay, so there's not guest parking near Building 8? Or 7, 8, and 9?
more directly affecting Building 8, remains a long walk via a sidewalk from any visitor parking, which will, of course, invite direct line shortcuts, not using sidewalks.
From a professional planning perspective, what is the issue there?
The issue is that a conflict, because somebody's taking a shortcut, adds another layer of potential blockage to this already tight circulation system.
So this just goes back to your overall concern
Yes.
about tight circulation and maneuvering.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else on sheet number 7 before we move to the next one?
No, thank you for asking.
Okay. Sheet number 9, I think, was the next one you discussed in your report. Can you talk about that for me?
I observed that not all of the areas were fitted for turning templates for fire truck. The square-shaped area just north of the Phase 3 5-story building on my client's property does not appear able to accommodate turns by such a piece of equipment. This is where significant congestion could appear spontaneously. The emergency access over grass pavers might also become obstructed quite easily on the Phase 3 side, resulting in significant potential for delayed response in an emergency. The applicant responded that the sheet CS 201 truck turning movements and those on sheet CS 202 are depicted. Fire truck maneuvers are provided for all turns on the site. And I went back to look again. The fire truck movements past buildings 8 and 6 leave no room for error despite that plan adjustment.
So again, this just goes an additional layer into the overall, what your opinion is, tightness of the
Correct.
vehicle's ability to maneuver, particularly emergency vehicles like a large fire truck.
It's the overall theme of this site design.
Okay. And are there ways that the issues with the tight circulation could be addressed by the applicant?
Certainly.
Okay, and how would you go about doing that?
This is a designer issue, and while I'm not charged with redesigning, the applicant certainly has to prove that its development is safe in all ways. But this is a greenfield site. There are no obstacles to where the roads or the buildings go, or the parking spaces. So there's no obstacle to doing an improved design, in my opinion.
Okay. So no issues with making the property or allowing the property, designing it in a way where you don't have this tight
Correct.
maneuvering aspect?
Correct.
Okay. You had 2 other comments, I believe, dealing with the driveways and hardscape on sheet number 9. What were those about?
There's an inset 4 that shows no room for a vehicle to overhang the rear of a parking space at building 6, while leaving room for the depicted turning maneuver of trucks. The vehicles, the applicant responded that vehicles will not be allowed to overhang the rear of their 20-foot long driveway spaces. I simply find that, the testimony should be provided on how individual parking positions will be continuously monitored and enforced for the above response to be true.
So
Meaning
this
the
would be
response
another
of the
instance
applicant.
where you haven't heard from a professional planner on the applicant side as to how these issues aren't being addressed, and this is something that the planning board should require of the applicant to have a professional planner of their own testify on these subjects.
Yes.
Okay. The last issue, proposed hardscape?
Yes. At the site plan hearing, which was now ongoing, the landscape architect for the applicant should be questioned thoroughly regarding the planting choices and see if more shade trees can be added throughout the site to help mitigate the extensive proposed hardscape.
And
The response, I'm sorry, go
I was
ahead.
going to say, why should that be done in your opinion?
Extensive hardscape and rooftops all converge to provide a heat island effect, and trees are one of our main lines of defense to mitigate that type of result. Again, this is 2026. We know better than to cover a site with asphalt without mitigating some of the environmental drawbacks of that.
Okay. And after your review of the application, all the materials, the testimony that's been heard, thus far in this matter, what is your opinion about the applicant's readiness for approval?
I believe it needs to go back to the drawing board for revisions to the circulation and layout of the site as it relates to that circulation. So it's improved and demonstrably safe.
I have no more questions. Madam Chairwoman, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Mr. McCann, would you like to?
Reserve for rebuttal testimony from our planner.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get that, Mike?
Any questions from members of the board for Mr. Pessolano?
Any questions from the board?
I'm curious, what do they have currently in place to ensure that their residents are not coming onto the property of Port Liberté? I don't know if that's a question for you, or should we address it? We can.
Yeah, I think Mr. Pessolano's testimony was that they haven't presented anything in that regard. I know Mr. McCann said he reserved, but is that
Yeah,
accurate?
what Mr. Capelar just said
Yeah.
is consistent with how I see it. Very little has been done to focus on that
There's
particularly
no.
important
Is there a fence?
issue.
Is it just a 3-foot elevation that they can just walk
Retaining wall.
down? Okay,
Period.
gotcha. I'll ask them later. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Agianis? Thank you. You have a next witness?
Yes. Ms.
Okay.
Nancy Wong, PE of ONS Associates.
I
Thank you, Mr.
need
Vogt.
to get to another hearing. Will there be any other questions of me at this time?
Madam Chair, the board had no questions of Mr. Pessolano. Counsel, I'm going to excuse Mr. Pessolano as a courtesy to him. You have no questions, you're okay with? Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Pessolano.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
all very much. Have a pleasant evening.
Ms. Wong, if you could come up.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. I think so.
Ms. Wong, is your professional license current and in good standing?
Yes,
Okay, you may proceed.
yes. Oh, Nancy Wang, last name W-A-N-G.
Ms. Wong, you're a professional engineer, correct? And you work with ONS Associates?
Correct.
Okay, and as a professional engineer, did you review the application in this matter?
Yes,
Okay.
I reviewed the site plan drawings, stormwater management report.
Can you get
Ms.
a little
Wong, we're just,
closer to the microphone,
maybe,
please?
I don't think
Yes.
we're picking you up.
I'm going to try to do this without breaking it.
Okay.
I can't make any promises. Oh,
You wanna
okay.
switch?
Do you want to switch? Ms. Wong, why don't you come up here,
Okay,
and I will hold my handy-dandy laptop.
okay. Thank you.
Counsel, you could take that out if it makes it easier for you.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Raise it up a little bit.
Fine.
Okay. Ms. Wong, did you, and I'll state the question again, did you review the application in this matter?
Yes, I did review site plan drawings and the stormwater management report.
Okay.
The initial report and the revised report and drawings.
Okay. And you issued a number of reports, correct?
Correct,
Okay, there was an August 8th, 2025 report,
correct,
a September 5th, 2025 report,
correct.
and a January 30th, 2026 report.
That's correct.
Okay. And why did you issue multiple reports?
Because the applicant addressed certain comments and then issued a revised report. After we reviewed the revised report, we accordingly revised our report.
Okay, so if the applicant addressed your concerns, you revised your report to take that out of it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so the January 30th, 2026 report, that's your most recent report?
That's correct.
Okay, and that report contains all of the issues that you have with respect to the application as a professional engineer?
That's correct.
Okay, just like to mark that as 05. Since you're so good at it.
So, Council, this is the ONS Associates, January 30th, 2026, updated engineering review of proposed Liberty Watch development. It is a 5-page letter. It is addressed to you, Council, and it is signed by Ms. Wong, who just testified that she authored the report 05.
Okay. And Ms. Wong, in that report, you list a number of materials that you reviewed in connection with issuing your report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I won't go through each of them one by one, but can you describe for me what the purpose of this report was?
Summary of the review of the revised site plan and stormwater management report that applicant revised.
Okay. And as I understand it, when I read the report, it looks like you still take issue with 3 items from the application. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What are the 3 issues that you have? Let's go through them one by one for the planning board.
Okay. The first one is the Liberty Watch stormwater design does not address stormwater discharge under 100-year tidal flood conditions.
Okay. Now, as part of the project, the applicant is required to raise their site by several feet, correct?
Correct.
And that several feet is going to be higher than the Port Liberté Homeowners Association site.
That's correct.
Okay. And you have a concern about that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain for the board why you have a concern about that? What did the applicant fail to address in their submission associated with their raising of the site?
Okay. This is all goes with the potential impact of the development onto the existing Port Liberty site. Under existing conditions, the Port Liberty site, the existing ground elevations are generally or slightly above FEMA flood elevation of 12 feet. And then the site is currently outside mapped FEMA flood hazard area. And the Port Liberty property is presently at a higher elevation than the adjacent Port Liberty Watch site.
So let me just stop you right there. As it currently exists, the Port Liberté HOA site is actually higher than the proposed development site.
Correct.
Okay.
The Liberty Watch site, the surface elevation of the ground is approximately 9 to 10 feet. The site is located within FEMA flood hazard area. And the site is currently functions as a low-lying area relative to surrounding properties.
Okay. And what do you mean it functions as a low-lying area relative to the surrounding properties? What does that what happens there with the Port Liberté HOA site?
Because the Port Liberty site is higher, the Liberty Watch site is low, and surrounding the Liberty Watch site along the golf course is also higher. So that ground is, relatively low compared to surrounding area.
Okay. And
so
go ahead.
So under existing conditions during tidal coastal flooding events, because the storm rainfall event up to 100-year storm that applicant's engineer has modeled, evaluated conditions. So here I'm talking about is the tidal flood conditions.
Can you just tell me the difference between those two things? Or describe for the planning board the difference between those two things, rather?
Okay. So this site is in tidal flood zone. As the applicants testified last time, the tidal flood by DEP definition states that a tidal flood hazard area is an area where the flood hazard area design flood elevation is governed primarily by tidal flooding from the Atlantic Ocean. So that means the flood elevation is primarily controlled by storm surge from the ocean. So the tidal influences generate flooding that exceeds the fluvial flooding sources. But still, inland stormwater runoff also contributes to the flood conditions. That means without tidal influence, it's just rainfall, storm rainfall. But on the tidal conditions, the storm rainfall still occurs. For this site, the base flood elevation of 12 feet is derived from FEMA coastal tidal flood analysis associated with Hudson River and the New York Harbor tidal system. The controlling flood mechanism to this type of events is a coastal storm surge and elevated tidal condition resulting from events such as hurricanes, tropical storms, nor'easters, or severe coastal low pressure systems. These coastal storm events are also commonly accompanied by significant rainfall. So although the flood elevation is governed by tidal flooding, the concurrent rainfall and the inland runoff frequently occur during the same storm events and contribute to overall flood conditions. So in a sense, during these storm tidal events, rainfall storm occurs most of the time, concurrently. So this is the condition that we didn't see in the stormwater management report.
You said you didn't see?
Did not see.
Okay. The stormwater management report addressed the 100-year storm event, correct?
Correct.
It did not address the 100-year tidal flood event.
Correct.
Okay. The engineer for Pulte, you were here when he testified?
Yes.
Okay. And he testified that the DEP does not require 100-year tidal flood event storage displacement. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the issue? Why do you have an issue as a professional engineer? Is there some standard that while the DEP doesn't require it, is there some other standard that does require it that this planning board needs to know about?
So the applicant's engineer categorized that condition like runoff from development site onto the Port Liberty side as a drop in a bucket. And that may be true in regional scale. That means, if you consider Hudson River, New York Bay, these all flooded with the flood elevation 12, and that is regional flooding scale. And then the runoff generated from the development site is relatively small in that regional scale. But in our opinion, the localized condition that still needs to be evaluated, because for 100-year future runoff, that is based on applicant's engineer's evaluation, that is 10.11 inches over the development site, which is 9.5 acres. That is significantly big amount of volume. If all come down to Port Liberty site, that is not drop in the bucket to the HOA people. So I certainly believe that needs to be looked into carefully to evaluate the performance, the drainage conditions on the 100-year flood condition.
Okay. And during the applicant's engineer's testimony, he referred to NJAC 7:8-5.6. I see you also have that same citation in your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he cited to that section as a requirement that must be met by the applicant, correct?
Correct.
And you agree with that, correct? That
Correct.
must be met.
Mm-hmm.
And in your report, you note that that section requires any major developments must be designed, quote, to prevent an increase in flooding, unquote, on and off site.
Correct.
What is the concern here that the applicant has failed to meet in terms of not designing to prevent an increase in flooding to the Port Liberté HOA site?
One case is I just described, okay?
Meaning the applicant provided modeling for the 100-year future event under fluvial conditions, correct?
Correct.
But they didn't do a computation, rather, to reflect high tailwater under the 100-year tidal flood condition.
Correct.
Okay.
The importance is this. Under fluvial condition, the applicant's design used the...
Ms. Wong, if I may, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Use the water surface elevation at the wet pond in the golf course as the tailwater for the stormwater system, because the stormwater proposed system in the development site discharges runoff into the existing storm sewer system originated from Port Liberty site and then all discharge into the wet pond in golf course. So during that calculation, the water surface elevation was determined to be 8.04 feet for two systems, and one was 5.22 feet. This is under rainfall-driven events. But under tidal events, tidal flood condition events, the backwater, the tailwater, the water surface at the wet pond will be raised to approximately 12 feet as the base flood elevation indicated in the FEMA map. So under this condition, the tailwater condition, the stormwater sewer definitely it's not going to perform as intended to be. But we did not see the modeling to that, how the stormwater sewer is going to perform. Is it going to have ponding? How deep the ponding is going to be at the development site? Is the ponding going to overflow down to Port Liberty site? That is something we wanted to see.
So this is something you think the planning board should require of the applicant?
Correct.
Because, again, your concern is that NJAC 7:8-5.6 requires the applicant to demonstrate that they are going to prevent an increase in flooding, and you don't believe the applicant has done that.
Correct. If the storm sewer is not going to be able to discharge storm water to the wet pond as intended during this 100-year tidal flood condition, then this water is going to pond at the development site. It could overflow, and overland flow down to Port Liberty site. Therefore, it's going to increase the flooding onto the Port Liberty site.
Okay. So the applicant has to raise their site to meet FEMA standards, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's no question that they have to do that. And as a result of them raising the site, while you're okay with their opinion and the calculations on the 100-year storm event, you have real concern about the 100-year tidal flood event and the impact that that could have on the Port Liberté HOA property?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a way that they could address that concern before the planning board?
Yes. So they needed to do incorporate. One thing suggestion is they could incorporate separate storm sewer system to independently convey runoff to the proposed wet pond, not adding hydraulic load to the existing system.
Meaning, instead of using the existing system, create their own system for their own site.
Correct. And also through comprehensive grading and hydraulic analysis that neither surface flow or subsurface storm infrastructure will direct runoff towards the Port Liberty site.
Okay. So they could either present the analysis, compute the analysis for the storm surge event, 100-year storm surge event, And maybe that does or does not satisfy the requirement, but they could do that. They haven't done that, correct?
Correct.
Or they could design a stormwater system independently on their own site, not use what's existing.
Yes.
Okay.
That may solve portion of the problem. It's not going to be solving all the problem. The bottom line is,
They haven't done either of those things, though,
right,
correct?
the runoff generated on the development side should be contained on their side, should not be end up in Port Liberty side, no matter what the situation that is.
And that's the NJAC standard you're talking about there, that they have to contain the flood runoff on their own site, not allow it to run off onto other sites.
Correct.
As it currently is planned, it will run off during a storm surge event to other sites.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. But they haven't showed the calculations to show that it won't.
Correct.
And that's your concern.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You had two other issues. One was inadequate freeboard at emergency access entrance, and the other was overtopping yard drains. Let's start with the freeboard. Can you tell the planning board what the concern there is and what that even is? Because I'm not sure I know either, but if you can explain that.
Okay, so there is an emergency access that connects the proposed development to Port Liberty site. Currently, the surface elevation at the property line, adjoining property line, is 11.39 feet. Under existing conditions, the ground surface slopes downwards from the Port Liberty side towards the Liberty Watch development because the existing development site is at a lower elevation. However, on the proposed development plan, the Liberty Watch site would be raised significantly, resulting in surface grade sloping upwards from Port Liberty property towards the development site.
Meaning it would promote water runoff towards Port Liberty HOA?
The grading slopes down.
Grading slopes.
So there's a proposed storm drain inlet identified as CB-408, located near the property line, and it's intended to capture runoff from the tributary area. The proposed grade elevation of the structure is 11.24.
What's the concern there?
So based on the applicant's drainage calculation for the 100-year rainfall event condition, approximately 1 inch of ponding is anticipated at the inlet grade to capture and drain the peak design flow. That leaves only 0.8 inch of freeboard before ponded water reaches the property line, which provides very limited margin of safety.
So you're concerned about stormwater conveyance runoff back onto the HOA property?
Correct.
Again.
So this concern becomes more significant during 100-year tidal flood conditions.
And that's what they haven't designed or calculated for?
Right, yeah. Because on the elevated tidal tailwater condition, storm discharge from development site may become restricted due to surcharged downstream system and high receiving water elevation. In that scenario, storm water may not effectively discharge through storm sewer system. On-site ponding may increase substantially, and the overflow conditions could occur through the emergency access connection towards the lower Port Liberty site. So this connection between the two sites could act as a overland flow pathway during tidal flood condition. Imagine that the water runoff, stormwater coming down to the development site. The storm sewer cannot drain because the tailwater at wet pond is so high, so they cannot drain. So they pounce at the site. They pounce up, and they will migrate to lower ground, where they're gonna go, probably down to the Port Liberty site.
And the Port Liberté site, as it currently exists, is actually higher than the neighboring site.
Yes. Currently, it's the other way around. So that is our concern.
And then the third concern you had was overtopping of yard drains. Can you talk to me about that, or talk to the planning board rather about that?
Yes. Okay, so there is some yard drains that's proposed along the joining property line between the, I believe it's the Freedom Way and the new development. Based on the applicant's stormwater conveyance calculations, the drainage structure YD 301 and YD 303 predicted to surcharge and overtop during the model, the 100-year storm rainfall event. These drains are located at this property line, and then the calculation indicated the ponding would extend onto the Freedom Way within the Port Liberty property. This indicates under the design storm condition, this is under normal rainfall design condition.
Storm
Right.
event?
Yeah. The proposed storm sewer system exceeds its conveyance capacity, resulting in surcharged structural and surface overflow conditions. As a result, runoff from the tributary area would not fully drain through the storm sewer system and would instead pond at the property line and potentially into adjacent roadway area. So compared to the existing conditions, because this area in the Port Liberty side is relatively high, so this is not going to be a situation because any runoff is going to go to the lower ground into the development site. So compared to the existing condition, the proposed grading and drainage configuration would create localized flooding condition along the shared property line. This concern also becomes more significant during concurrent 100-year tidal flood
So
event.
when you say concurrent, you're talking about you have a storm flood event that happens concurrently with a tidal surge.
Correct.
Okay, so it's actively raining, storm flood event, plus tidal surge event from the ocean, tidal surge meaning from the ocean, correct?
Right. During this condition, then storm sewer is not going to function as intended.
And
as
this
proposed.
area in Jersey City is known to have been impacted by both of those types of events before.
Probably. I mean, yeah, but I don't know if this area was flooded.
During the last tidal surge event, you don't know yourself if it was
Right,
flooded.
right,
Understood.
yeah. But it's definitely subject to the
storm
hurricanes,
surge
the
event.
storm surge events.
Understood.
Yeah.
And that's why you have to design for it as part of the application, because the area is subject to it.
Yes.
Okay.
So under the tidal flood conditions, the increased surcharge within the storm sewer system. So think about it, the tailwater for this system is 5.22, and the tidal flood elevation is 12. So even it doesn't get to 12, the tailwater condition increases to say 10 or 11, that could, reduce the storm sewer discharge capacity and create ponding depths and prolonged drainage times and increase potential for surface overflow towards the lower grounding area, which is adjacent property.
So FEMA says that this area is subject to storm flooding, correct?
Correct.
And it also says this area is subject to tidal flooding.
Correct.
And the applicant hasn't taken into account the tidal flooding, the 100-year tidal flood event.
The storm sewer design.
The storm sewer design has not
The
taken
storm-
that into
yeah.
consideration.
Doesn't, right. Storm design does not count for the tailwater influenced by tidal flood.
Understood. And so overall, I take it your opinion then about the application's readiness for approval, is that because of those things, it's not ready for approval?
I don't think so.
Let me ask you this. As a professional engineer, would you be comfortable with not calculating the 100-year tidal flood or otherwise designing to address that type of event in this location?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And is that because the design engineer is required to account for and prevent flooding on neighboring properties, as you cited in your report, pursuant to that NJAC standard 7:8-5.6?
Correct.
Okay. And in your opinion, again, you've testified that the applicant hasn't provided the design or the calculations for that and hasn't independently designed for that on its own site, correct?
Correct. See, I wanted to point it out that the calculations also include some, indicate some of the drainage structures within their own site that's overtopped. I did not mention that because it's not at the boundary that's gonna affect the Port Liberty site. But those,
Meaning their own site might flood more.
yeah, may pond it there. As long as they're holding the storm water runoff on their own site, does not, end up in Port Liberty site, that's your decision, not, the best interest from the HOA.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So, Ms. Wong, in your personal opinion, your professional opinion, based upon what was presented, and you strongly believe that without the 100-year tidal flooding addressing the situation, it will be more detriment to the Port Liberty Condominium Association?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any board comments before I go to Mr. McCann?
I have a question. So, what would you suggest in order to mitigate this issue compared to what they have in place currently?
So first of all, you do through hydrologic calculations to see if the tailwater at the discharging point is raised up, what is going to happen, how the storm sewer is going to perform, and if the stormwater will not be able to discharge, how it's going to pond it on the site. What's the depth of the ponding, and is going to ponding extended and overflow to adjacent low ground area. If that happens, definitely we wish it's not going to be Port Liberty site. It could go to some other site where there's no residents, no occupancies of traffic. It's just our concern is not onto Port Liberty side.
But what measures would be, let's say they do these calculations, what measures would they be able to build in order to prevent that from happening? Do you have any ideas on that?
They may need to create low points, so that can hold water more on site, or create some kind of pathway, so the water, pounded water, going other places rather than going to Port Liberty site.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, Ms. Wong, it's the applicant's burden to demonstrate that their application, their proposed development, will not increase flooding, and it's their obligation to prevent flooding on neighboring property sites as part of the application.
That's correct.
And your concern is they haven't shown that because they haven't done those calculations about the tidal flood event.
Correct.
And that is something they could do.
Yes.
And present to the board.
Yes.
And it's something that perhaps maybe would show no concern, but perhaps your opinion is that it likely would show a concern that would then need to be designed for. But because it's their burden, they haven't done that. And that's why you have an issue with the application.
That's right.
Any other board comments?
Swang, is it something that you can calculate?
Yes, but of course, I'm just reviewing the report.
But you have the data, and you're able to do the calculation based on the data provided by the applicant?
Yes, I would say so.
But you
Yes.
did not do that calculation because it's not your job.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could just, out of curiosity, for your background, I'm an engineer, but not a stormwater engineer. So my question is, I guess, during a simultaneous event where there's both tidal flooding and you're concerned about the runoff, how would runoff typically be handled in that type of scenario, right? If it goes into our stormwater sewer, those may back up because they're also discharging into the environment that is experiencing the storm surge.
Yes, that's why we experience lots of problems.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. So if we can think about it ahead of time, and that definitely reduce some of the potential floodings. So in general, these kind of extreme flooding condition, the storm sewer probably will not be able to handle the runoff, and then tends to pond somewhere. And then if it's a parking lot, if it's some area that's not building, it's not gonna result in property damage or personal injuries. That's something that based on each municipality's regulations or standard. But since the adjacent site of Port of Liberty risk is so high, so that's a main concern. If their site is pretty similar to the Port of Liberty site elevation, may not have a great concern. So the runoff ponds at Port of Liberty site, it also ponds at their site. But in this case, since they raised up so high, the water runoff generated on their side is going to go to lower side.
I see.
Naturally.
Could you just kind of clarify the volume of water between the runoff versus the tidal surge? Are they comparable? Are they relatively of concern?
The Port Liberty site right now is not in the map, in FEMA mapped flood hazard area. So the FEMA flood elevation is 12. Okay. Now we saw a applicant's engineer provided a exhibit showing the area where the ground surface elevation is below 12. There's an exhibit where he highlighted those area. So, so that means during this extreme 100-year tidal flood events, all the elevations below 12 is going to be flooded. Okay, that may be true. Okay, but we also needed to think about localized flooding, meaning, for instance, if the tidal surge does not reach 12, for instance, what if it's 11? Okay, then these areas all above the tidal water. Okay, then at the site of development, the stormwater does not drain as intended, and it will pond at their site and it will migrate to lower ground and could end up in Port of Liberty site. And then do we call that, is it flood? Of course it's flood.
Thank you, Ms. Swan.
Thank you. Mr. McCann?
So I request 5 minutes because I'd like to put some things up on the screen to ask questions with. So just to set up a computer, request a 5-minute recess. Or I'll do it right now without the recess, but it's going to take me 5 minutes to do it.
It will take you 5 minutes to set up or 5 minutes to respond?
Put up just
To do the setup, I think.
bring the setup, bring the computer up because I want to ask.
I'm going to time you. I don't think it takes 5 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Do you need a computer, Mr. McCann?
We have.
I don't want to let everybody run away. Let's see where we go here. Where's everybody going? It's a bad idea. We're starting.
Are we counting the minutes?
We're only a minute and a half in. Cream and 1 sugar. Medium.
Can I refill my water? No, we don't have a quorum. What's your thoughts on
I don't even know what the hell she was saying.
it? I thought you might back up.
Couldn't understand. Did you?
Some things.
I think, let's see what McCann has to say. We need all of our people.
Yeah,
And what do we know?
exactly. But,
This is serious engineering, right?
this is, it's above our grade level.
Oh, planning can't do this. We used to have engineers that did this shit.
So
Right.
if he do, if he comes up and said it's not needed now,
We can always get our own expert.
I think we need to. This is serious issues.
I think so. You should state that you're not comfortable and you want engineering to review this. Why hasn't the city engineering reviewed this?
Our own engineer.
But I would ask them, and so and say, why not? And say, okay, well, I'm not comfortable with this.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to make this decision?
Because it's part of the plan, the redevelopment plan, right?
It's always relevant. Mr. McCann, are you ready?
Yes.
Oh, I was waiting for you. 3.5 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. McCann, do we have to mark what you're about to put on the screen?
Yes, I think we
On the
probably
screen.
should.
A30.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Ms. Wong. I'm obviously the applicant's attorney, so I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. I don't really know a lot about stormwater and tidal flood, so if I'm off base a little bit, just let me know. But I'd like you to take a look at your January 30th report, which I put up on the screen, and I'd just like you to identify it for me first as actually your January 30th report.
So,
So-
Mr. McCann, let's do this in a very orderly fashion. The January 30th report, I marked as 05 at the request of council. and it was the 5-page letter prepared by the witness. This slide deck is 22 pages.
So, right, but the first 5 pages are the January 30th report.
Okay. The other pages are other documents that have been marked already?
No, the next one is the expert's August 8th, 25 report, which is the
Okay.
first report that was offered.
Okay.
And then the last set of exhibits would be the DEP regulations that apply to stormwater quantity runoff standards.
Okay. So A30 is going to be a 22-page slide consisting of the January 30th, 2026 ONS Associates comment letter, which was 5 pages and marked as 05. The August 8th, 2025 ONS comment letter, and the stormwater quality regulations NJAC 7:8-5.6.
Correct, and thank you.
And that exhibit has been annotated by you or just highlighted?
Highlighted, not annotated.
Okay. A30. Your witness.
So, Ms. Wong, can you identify that report as your January 30th report? Rebecca, just scroll through it.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll offer that I highlighted some parts of it in yellow for ease of presentation. So let's go to the conclusion in that report. So this is your final report in connection with this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I think you agree that through the back and forth process, the applicant has addressed your concerns regarding whether the stormwater conveyance system will keep stormwater runoff off the property in the event of the 25-year storm event.
That's correct.
You agree?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And do you also agree that the system is designed to keep the future 25-year storm event, any stormwater runoff off the property?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all runoff, rainfall-driven event.
Yes, storm event, rainfall driven, yes. And you also agree that the system is designed to, in connection with the 100-year stormwater, let's call it rain-off runoff event, that the system is designed to keep water off the HOA property, correct?
Yes.
And also, same question as it pertains to the future 100-year storm event.
Except what I pointed out at the overtopping yard drain locations.
And in the summary of your report, and I think the main subject or conclusion that you've made is that in the event of the 100-year tidal flood event combined with, is it a 100-year rainfall event?
Could be.
Could be. That the runoff will, the rainwater runoff will affect the HOA property.
Likely.
Likely. But you haven't done any study that actually shows that. That's why your conclusion is just likely, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you haven't done any modeling.
We didn't. We did not see applicants' report showing they have done modeling.
Right, so you don't really know if it will or not.
Correct.
So let's take a look at your first report, which is, let's go back to the conclusion. You've identified summary, yeah. I'm sorry, let's go back to the January 30th, 2026 report, the last report.
First report in this document, but last report she authored.
Right. And so you've, in your summary, which is, I guess, your conclusion, do you agree that you've identified it as a critical concern?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now let's take a look at the August 8th report. Okay. And again, I'm going to ask you, Ms. Wong, if you would just politely just identify this report as this was your first report written, I believe, correct, in connection with this case?
Correct.
Okay. And let's go to the conclusion or summary in this report. Okay, thank you. Do you agree that's the conclusion in your August 8th report, Ms. Wong?
Yes.
All right. There's nothing there. There's nothing anywhere in this report that makes reference to the 100-year tidal event. Your conclusion there speaks solely to the 100-year storm event. I went through this whole report. I can't find a single reference to a concern about a tidal flood event. Why is it that's a critical concern on January 30th, but on August 8th it wasn't?
Because we were hoping that the revised stormwater management will take, the tailwater elevation into effect, that it is tidal-driven condition.
So you just thought it wasn't important to mention the most important thing based upon your half hour of testimony, which was the 100-year tidal flood event?
Just note my objection. It's not what she said.
Noted for the record. You can answer.
Okay, so normally when you evaluate the stormwater system, especially in tidal water area or tidal flood area, the tidal surge typically is a consideration and pretty standard procedure. So that's why we did not think that was that important to have to mention that 100-year tidal flood.
But it's a tidal flood area, correct?
Yes. But I didn't say 100-year fluvial area either.
No, but you said a critical concern was, in your last report, the 100-year tidal flood event, and you didn't even think to mention it in your August 8th. Is that because the applicants addressed all the concerns regarding the 25-year and the 100-year fluvial flood events? So your last report kind of moves the goalpost to the next, which is the tidal flood.
I don't think that's the case because in this report, I just mentioned 100-year storm events, but I didn't say if it's 100-year fluvial storm events or tidal events. So I didn't further define what that is. But this area is in tidal flood hazard area. So I just assumed when you address the comments, that's going to be addressed.
But they're two entirely different things, correct? Fluvial and tidal.
The modeling is different, but they are not happening separately. in most cases. They're concurrent, especially in the development area.
Let's advance to the regulation. So, and I'll give you a minute if you would like, Ms. Wong, but what I've put up on the screen is the stormwater runoff quality standards from the DEP. Do you recognize that regulation? It's cited in your report many times.
Yes.
So let's scroll to the next page of this. So I believe this is the section of the regulation that is in question, correct?
That may apply.
Which section?
Section 4.
Counsel, for the record, can we go through the whole citation? It's 7:.
7:8 dash 5.6 entitled Stormwater Runoff Quantity Standards. We could mark it as A31 if you'd like, Counsel.
You're talking about B4 though, right? Section B4, I think.
I am
that's what-
talking about B4.
So we've marked this as a document in A30.
And
The
you-
question to the witness was,
Okay.
does NJAC 7:8-5.6 B subparagraph 4 control? The answer was
It could apply, but
could apply.
we cited paragraph C.
So before we go to paragraph C, you need to explain to the board why B4 could apply.
And that's DEP requirement.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That is a DEP requirement. That's what they typically do for a tidal flood area. Their requirement for the calculation.
Ms. Wong, help me help you.
I can read that clearly. Can I switch glasses?
Yes.
Thank you.
Completely unbiased.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, apply to the site.
It does apply.
That's apply.
Okay. So that regulation applies.
So, Ms. Wong, I'd like you to focus on the green highlighted section with which we highlighted for so the board could easily understand what we're focusing on here for questioning. Can you read that section to me?
No analysis is required if the stormwater is discharged directly into any ocean, bay, inlet, or the reach of any watercourse between its confluence with an ocean, bay, or inlet, and a downstream of first water control structure.
And do you agree that this project is discharging directly into an ocean, bay, inlet, or other watercourse?
Not in 100-year tidal flood condition.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Not under 100-year tidal flood condition. Because
So when
under
it's
the-
not a 100-year tidal flood,
No. So it says if directly discharges into the ocean bay, right? It does not directly discharge into the ocean or bay because the storm system may not work as intended
because of tidal flooding?
because of tidal flooding.
Okay.
So I need, please explain that further.
Okay, so without tidal flooding, it rains, say for instance, 25-year storm, you have storm sewer system that discharge into the wet pond in the golf course.
close to the microphone.
Sorry.
I can hear you.
In the golf course. So that golf course wet pond is connected with the bay or ocean.
I see.
Okay, but under tidal flood condition, the runoff generated on site cannot discharge through that storm sewer system. At least you haven't demonstrated that it could. Therefore, this does not apply.
So you're saying that the DEP issued a flood hazard area permit for this. Are you saying the DEP was wrong in issuing the permit?
Well, I cannot say what DEP was thinking or not thinking, but my interpretation is what I just said.
Ms. Huang, do you disagree that there is a DEP flood hazard permit issued for the development site?
I'm aware of that.
Have you
yes.
reviewed that?
No, I didn't. I just know
You didn't
there's-
review it.
There's. I didn't have the package that they submitted to DEP. I only have the
permit itself.
Permit,
But you have the permit,
yes,
and the permit was issued
by DEP.
by
That's-
DEP.
That's in the stormwater management report.
And is it your position that that was wrongly issued by DEP?
I cannot say for DEP, but if we had known the application, we probably will send our comments to DEP.
If you had known what application? The application for the permit down at DEP?
Yes, when the applicant submitted, and we could send our comments to DEP.
But you are aware that the permit was issued?
Yes.
And do you have a professional opinion as to whether or not that permit controls development at the subject site, specifically with respect to the stormwater?
DEP has jurisdiction for the development in flood hazard area.
Superior to this board?
That I'm not sure. I will say yes if you tell me so.
I think, Mr. Lampe, this really gets into legal questions as to who has authority, but she's given her opinion on how the regulation is interpreted, how it applies, and what was and was not considered. Two things can be true at the same time.
Not in Jersey City.
Did you get that on the record? Yes, thank you.
Mr. McCann?
And so I want to understand a little more. What's your basis for saying that the regulation is not applicable here?
It is.
It is applicable.
It is applicable.
And so what's your basis for saying that the green part, no analysis is required if stormwater is discharged directly into the ocean, bay, or inlet? Are you saying when the applicant's not discharging directly into one of those water courses?
Yes, under the 100-year tidal flood condition, because the storm sewer, it's not going to be function as proposed.
But they are discharging directly into the Hudson Bay, correct?
They're connected to the White Pond, which is connected to the bay.
And-
However, during tidal flood condition, because of the tailwater is so high, the storm water generated on the development site may not be able to discharge into that White Pond.
Again, may, but you haven't done any modeling or calculations, correct?
No, I didn't.
So you're speculating.
It's very likely.
Just know my objection. It's not her burden, but you can answer the question.
Yeah, it's very likely.
Do you know if the DEP made a determination that the wet ponds were appropriate to qualify for the exception outlined in highlighted in green above?
I read that language in the stormwater management report, but that's not
So
resolve our concern as the neighboring property HOA.
but you're aware of the fact that the DEP agreed or made a determination that the applicant is discharging directly into the ocean, or in this case, the Hudson Bay, correct? You saw that in my client's stormwater management report. You just said that, I think, correct?
Yes, the DEP did not require further analysis.
So the DEP interpreted the regulation and determined that for this site, that analysis was not required. Is that accurate?
Or it wasn't brought to their attention. One of the two. Again, two things.
Objection.
could
It's an
be-
objection to my
That's an
question.
objection, sorry, but again, the two things could be true thing.
Well, but she could say she doesn't know.
Sure.
See what he did there, counsel? You just let him do it.
So
lawyer
can,
jokes.
I'm sorry, can we have the record read back a little bit? I kind of lost my train of thought there with.
You asked so, but you're aware of the fact that DEP agreed or made a determination that the applicant is discharging directly into the ocean, or in this case, the Hudson Bay, correct? You saw that in my client's stormwater management report. You just said that, I think, correct? And she answered yes, the DEP did not require further analysis.
Okay. The 100-year stormwater rainfall runoff event has a 1% chance of occurring every year. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the stormwater and the tidal flood storm, the tidal flood event, sorry, get my words correct here. The 100-year tidal flood event has a 1% chance of occurring every year, correct?
Yes.
So hypothetically, what you're requesting, the analysis that you're requesting that my client are stating they should have done, is something that there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of it occurring each year.
I don't know if that's the probability that you're saying. What I'm trying to say is,
But that's the math, correct?
yeah. Well, the DEP says,
Whoa, 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 whoa. We're not going to have people shouting from the public. She's an engineer. She can determine if the math is correct or not.
so DEP's definition is saying that the flood hazard area, flood elevation, is primarily driven by storm surge from Atlantic Ocean. So the elevation from the storm surge exceeds the storm runoff or inland flood elevations. So it did not say the inland flood elevation or rainfall elevation and is derived from water storm events. It could be 100-year storm event and 100-year tidal event concurrently happening. I understand the chances are very small, but it could happen. DEP didn't say what in their calculations or in their definitions what a type of combination that is. So if the development design could demonstrate during 100-year or even slightly less than 100-year storm event with combined tidal elevations that still result no flooding increase at the property line adjacent to Port Liberty site, I think that should satisfy the this DEP standard.
This regulation deals solely with stormwater runoff, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And there's nothing in here in this regulation, and this is the only regulation that you've cited in your reports, correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing in this regulation that requires the analysis or the modeling that you told this board should be done here, correct?
The question then is how are you going to demonstrate?
That's a yes or no, ma'am.
Well, respectfully, no. She can give the no. It's not a yes or no. Respectfully, she can give the answer.
It's a yes or no
She needs to be given
question.
the opportunity for you to say it's a yes or no, to give her answer first.
It was a yes or no question. He asked a question and asked if that
She's an
was
expert.
correct.
She doesn't have to say yes or no.
You can.
She has an opinion.
She was asked a yes or no question, though.
The answer could be it depends.
That could be the answer.
Okay, so it's not yes or no. You just acknowledge that.
Two things can be true at the same time, Counselor.
See? Isn't this fun?
I live for this.
I know.
I'm dying to come down there.
Yeah.
It's not as fun up here. Does it depend?
I guess, yes.
Come on, Counsel. You're here every 2 weeks.
So where in this regulation, if it depends, does it say that my client has to do the analysis that you are telling the board has to be done? Show me the section. And we'll scroll some more, or you can go get your resources and see if there's something else you want to talk about.
Well, to meet the standard, you have to provide some kind of calculation to demonstrate, to meet the standard, where during any situations or regulated flood condition, which is 100-year tidal flood condition, that you are not increasing flooded condition at the adjacent property site. I don't know what else you can do if you don't do analysis
But
to demonstrate
sorry,
that.
apologize. Thought you were done.
I'm sorry. So that's the only way that, for engineer, that's the only way we can demonstrate through hydrologic calculations that we're not increasing any flood at the property line. In combination with maybe with grading designs.
But cite me a regulation. Show me the regulation you're relying on. I understand what your opinion is, but where's the DEP requirement or a Jersey City ordinance that requires my client to do what you're telling the board they failed to do?
I explained conditions.
Ms. Wong, I think the board understands what your concerns are.
Yeah.
Is there not a regulation, and is there a regulation that requires that calculation to be done that you're aware of?
The regulations, in general speaking, that water.
How about specific?
Paragraph C, it did not explicitly say calculation needs to be done, but implies that this requirement applies to a site boundary at each abutting lot, roadway, watercourse, receiving storm water sewer system.
Okay.
No further
Counsel, that's the answer from this witness. You can argue it during closing.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Just a couple redirect. On the current exhibit, can you go to the August report, please? And specifically, the second page. Paragraph beginning with elevations within the property average. Okay, thank you. Ms. Wong, Mr. McCann hinted at the notion that you didn't talk about tidal flooding conditions due to the proximity of the Hudson River in your report. In this paragraph right here in your August report, essentially, he alleged a bait and switch, I suppose. But in this paragraph, you say the entire property is situated within FEMA flood zone AE, special flood hazard area subject to the 1% annual chance of flood, base flood elevation 12, NAVD 88, and is recognized for tidal flooding conditions due to its proximity to the Hudson River, correct? Okay, so you talked about tidal flooding in that instance, and then on page, if you can go 8 of 11. In section 13, flood storage volume impacts. In this paragraph of your report, you're talking about both tidal flooding influenced areas and how they affect flood hazards associated with storm surge, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this was something you considered from the outset in your original report. Thank you. And I know you didn't read it all when Mr. McCann was asking you that question, but now having reviewed the actual report, do you recall that you did address some of these concerns?
Yes.
Okay, and maybe not to the same level of depth you did once you had the actual preliminary step of actually submitting the 25, the 50, and the 100-year event calculations, correct?
That's correct.
And then in that subsequent report, you really focused in on this particular concern because in response, the applicant had not done so?
That's correct.
All right. And this wasn't something you thought about for the first time in January?
Correct.
Thank you.
I have an additional question based upon redirect.
One question.
Can we scroll to the summary? So there's nothing in, so can you see the screen as well?
Yes.
And that's the conclusion in your August 8th report, correct? And the second to last paragraph, the second paragraph that's highlighted in yellow. Can you read that to us?
Additionally, the design fails to road runoff directly and properly from 100-year storm event into the designated wet pond within the adjacent golf course. It is also displays existing flood storage volume and capacity, further elevating the flood risk to the Port Liberty site.
Right, so again, you didn't reference an analysis combining the 100-year storm event with the 100-year flood event, correct?
It did not say explicitly, yes.
Well, it says storm, correct? That's a whole different word from tidal, yes?
The title is also storm surge.
It doesn't say storm surge, it says 100-year storm event. That's a different thing.
Mr. McCann, if you could just tone it down. I'm not sure
Sorry.
you're gaining the points you think you're gaining, but
Sorry, apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer to the question.
I said I did not explicitly say so.
No further questions.
Okay. Madam Chair, I think this is the appropriate time to take a break.
Yes. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll be back.
Santo, just a procedural question.
At this time, I would like to check on Ms. Cynthia Hijaz. Do you have any witnesses?
Thank you for asking, Chairwoman. I do have two witnesses. I have a planning expert here, but his testimony is going to be limited to the master plan amendment application, which is number 10 on the agenda. I also have a fact witness from Port Liberté, who her testimony will be relevant to the site plan application. But my planning expert, Carlos Rodriguez, he just told me he has a kind of a long way to travel to get home, and he would like to testify sooner rather than later.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, we can take him out of order with the understanding that obviously Mr. McCann hasn't put the direct case on for that. So as long as council is okay with him coming out of order, Mr. McCann, do you take issue with that? I suspect he's not coming back another night.
Well, I had... So, excuse me. I had no notice that Ms. Hajaneas has a planner. He hasn't submitted a report, so I have no idea what he's going to testify to. So my request would be that, as a courtesy to him, if he has to leave tonight, that he leave. That's fine, but I reserve the right to cross-examine him after I hear his testimony and get a chance to digest it.
Sure.
That's perfectly fine.
I did inform the board at the last hearing that I was bringing a planning expert, and I did say who I was bringing. But we have no problem with Mr. McCann's request.
Very good.
Okay. I do. My name is Carlos Rodriguez. That's Rodrigues.
Mr. Rodriguez, is your license current and in good standing?
I'm sorry?
Is your license current and in good standing,
yes,
sir?
yes, it is.
Thank you.
Very
You may
much
pro-
so.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So the board will accept him as a professional
you want to swear me in
license
first?
Thank you.
You just did.
That's right. Shall I give you my qualifications?
I would like the board to hear your qualifications.
Okay. So I have a master's in city and regional planning from Rutgers, where I also taught for a long time. I've been a licensed professional planner in New Jersey for over 40 years. I'm a past president of the American Planning Association New Jersey chapter. I'm a member of the College of Fellows of the American Institute of Certified Planners, and I'm the editor of the 2019 edition of the Complete Guide to Planning in New Jersey, which I'm sure is on everybody's bedside table.
You're qualified.
Thank you.
More than qualified.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm speaking here about the application to amend the master plan component of the Caven Point redevelopment plan. And my testimony is going to focus on questions of jurisdiction. Is this proposed amendment in front of the right body? And is this proposed amendment even legal? So I preface by saying that the redevelopment plan that you have in front of you is not what we commonly refer to today as a redevelopment plan in New Jersey. That is, a plan adopted pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law. The plan that you have been dealing with was adopted in 1984. The redevelopment statute was adopted in 1992. So clearly this plan was adopted under some other authority. In fact, it was adopted under the old urban renewal statutes that were superseded in their entirety when the local redevelopment and housing law was adopted in 1992. I note that on the cover of the plan document, it is noted that it has been amended a number of times since 1984, most recently on November 23rd, 2010. It is also noted that this amendment was adopted by ordinance, specifically Ordinance 10-148. If this is in fact the case, and I have no reason to doubt that it is, then that would suggest that the plan was amended by the governing body. Planning boards don't enact ordinances, nor do they modify plans by ordinance. And if this is indeed the case, then this proposed master plan amendment, in my opinion, is in front of the wrong body, because only the governing body can amend the plan it adopted by ordinance. So I would suggest that the board try to get to the bottom of this before carrying on with its review, as the whole thing may be subject to legal challenge. Page 10 of the redevelopment plan, under item I, also indicates that the plan was approved by the City Council of the City of Jersey City. Another confounding aspect of this matter is the plan's inclusion of the master plan provision, which requires the developer to present to the planning board what we might call a concept plan for all or a portion of the redevelopment area prior to presenting actual site plans. I think the idea there was that there would be an overall development plan as opposed to a sum of disjointed individual
plans. I think that's what Bob Cotter was thinking when he included that in this plan. We note that this master plan provision requires the master plan to include, among other things, provisions to accommodate the Hudson River Walkway on page 9. It doesn't appear that the applicant is planning to satisfy this provision. Perhaps the planning board can consider that a condition of approval if it's inclined to approve the application, the site plan application, that is. Noncompliance with that provision would also likely violate the project's waterfront development permit issued by the NJDEP. This is a lengthy document, 86 pages, which I recommend everybody to read. It's not clear to me whether the original waterfront development permit has lapsed or is still valid. But what is clear to me is that if the permit has lapsed, it needs to be renewed, and if it has not lapsed, the terms of the original permit, including the walkway, need to be respected. The waterfront development permit clearly indicates that the NJDEP placed a high priority in preserving and rehabilitating areas of natural habitat in Caven Point. Everyone knows that waterfronts, even degraded ones, are known habitats for all sorts of species, including threatened and endangered species. I did not see a threatened and endangered species habitat study as part of the application. That's a serious flaw. A timing schedule to be followed in completing the master plan development, that's another component, also appears to be missing. And I would also add that the famous master plan document, which the applicant is seeking to amend, also seems to be missing. They presented a one-page drawing produced by Langen dated 10/5/21, which is labeled master plan, but it's really nothing more than a conceptual phasing plan and does not contain the entirety of the information required in the master plan provision of the redevelopment plan. To my mind, it is also significant that the redevelopment plan includes a sunset clause. On page 10, item I reads, "The provisions of this plan specifying the redevelopment of the project area and the requirements and restrictions with respect thereto shall be in effect for a period of 40 years from the date of approval of this plan by the City Council of the City of Jersey City." As I mentioned earlier, I'm reading from the documents.
He's objecting.
What's there to object to?
We're going to find out, sir.
As I mentioned earlier.
Sir, please, there's an objection on the floor. You have to wait.
My objection is that at the last hearing, the board has already determined that the alleged 40-year expiration component of this argument by the objectors is not going to be considered by this board. So there's no reason to continue this testimony.
I'd like to respond to that. If you look at the time of application rule, it applies to development applications. The master plan amendment is not a development application. So while the board may have reached a decision, or I guess the board chair at the last hearing, that the time of application rule allowed the board to exercise jurisdiction over the site plan application, there's an important distinction to be made between how the time of application rule works in the context of a development application as opposed to how it works in the context of something that is not a development application, such as this master plan amendment provision or agenda item that we have in front of the board as a separate agenda item.
I don't believe that was the ruling of the board, but, sir, let's move on from the point of the sunset.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, the redevelopment plan was adopted on November 7, 1984. We are now in 2026. So according to the plan itself, it lapsed in 2024. So how can the
Sustained.
applicant,
Sir, we're moving on from that argument.
how can the applicant be in front of this board seeking to amend a plan that lapsed 2 years ago? That's my question to you. And that is my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That wraps your presentation.
Yes, from Mr. Unless the board, does the board have any questions?
Board have any
Yes.
questions?
So I'm going to open up for the board. Does the board have any questions?
Mr.
No.
McCann, are you
Mr.
still
McCann?
reserving? Yes. Okay. So, counsel, we're going to have to bring Mr. Rodriguez back for Mr. McCann's cross-examination.
We understand, and it's
Okay.
a virtual meeting, correct? We're moving to virtual meetings.
I don't know when the next meeting is going to be, but yes, there will
Okay.
be virtual meetings
Okay.
for the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your next witness?
Okay, Leanne?
Hey, I can swear you in, okay? You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
For the record, can you spell your name?
Leanne Callahan, LeE, capital ANNE, CALLAHAN.
Okay, good evening, Ms. Callahan Longo. How long, could you tell the board how long you've lived in Port Liberté?
20 years.
Can you just give us a brief background?
Do you want me to do that?
Go right
You're a
ahead.
fact witness, so.
Yeah, I'm a
are
fact
you-
witness.
Are you
Sorry.
Are you a member of the governing body of the Association for Building 1, Ms. Hagianis? Is that who
It's
you
a f-
represent?
It's Condo Association number 1 within Port Liberté, yes.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what position on the board do you hold?
I am the secretary.
Okay. And you're obviously a resident of.
I sure am, yes.
Okay.
And your name again?
Leanne.
Leanne.
Yeah.
And your last name?
Callahan.
Okay. So, Ms. Callahan, I believe you were telling the board how long you've lived in Port Liberté?
Yes, 20 years.
Okay, and how did you first decide to move to Port Liberté?
I was told about Port Liberté from a friend of mine who lived in Jersey City. I went to visit it and fell in love with it the moment I saw it, and we purchased right away.
Okay, and when did you first join the board of Port Liberté Condo Association number 1?
I am the newest member. I was elected to the board in December of 2025.
Okay, and what do you like about living there?
There's so much to like about Port Liberté. It's a beautiful community with incredible waterfront access. I love the quiet of it. I grew up in the suburbs of Massachusetts, and I found that it was the closest thing I could kind of find to suburban living and still be in an urban environment. We have amazing amenities from, a ferry into New York City, shuttle service to downtown. Mainly, I just enjoy the environment with which it's in, and I think it's super special.
Okay, and did you live in Port Liberté during any major storm events such as Superstorm Sandy or Hurricane Ida?
Yes, both.
Okay, and could you describe to the board what happened?
Sure. Sandy was a lot more severe. And during that during that storm, we did in fact have flooding in Condo 1. And what is now Hudson House, the entire property was destroyed from the storm. A lot of damage. We took on a lot of damage to our seawalls, the boardwalks, a lot of the things that we're responsible for. It took, also the flooding, our electricity grids were in the garages. So we actually had to move out for a month and then had no elevators for 5 months. Other residents, I think, went even longer. The flooding, we didn't have to leave our properties, so it's hard to say what the evacuation situation would have been. But I will say that, since the Oliver has moved in and now Pulte, and especially seeing some of the things I've seen in this planning board meeting, in the last few meetings, that's been a concern of ours for a long time. Adding even more people to this area is super concerning. Also, the lack of discussion around, like, if it's a tidal event, it's just could happen and statistically insignificant with the rise of dangerous storms, being, I think, statistically provable. Like, that answer doesn't, it's concerning to me, especially after seeing when the waters rise, that's when it gets really, like the roadways are very concerning. I believe somebody gave.
In the past, like what was flooded? If you could just explain to
again,
the
I
board.
didn't walk the full property, but like all of our garages on the Condo 1 side flooded. I can't speak to phases 2 or 3. The roadway definitely flooded at certain points. We were told to park, we actually were told to remove our cars and park them in what was then the high ground, which is now where the Oliver sits. And also my understanding is at that time, a lot of the water surge ran off into the lowlands, which has now once again been partially built up for Oliver, and now the intention is to build it up even more. So that really is concerning for where that water pools now that it has no runoff.
Okay, so are you concerned that the further elevation of sites in close proximity is going to cause
Yes.
water to flow back toward Port Liberté?
Yes, because if it can't flow off, it's now going to hit a retaining wall and higher property, from my understanding.
Okay, that's okay. Do you want to elaborate on your objection, or you're just?
She's not an expert as to what the stormwater is.
You have to get on the microphone, counsel. I'm sorry.
Sorry, my objection is limited to this witness is a fact witness. She's not an expert as to where the stormwater is going to go if, in fact, there is another flood, either fluvial or tidal.
So, counsel, let's keep it to what she knows.
Yeah, well, she's testifying about what she believes and what her concerns are.
But
So
what she knows, not what she believes. Yeah.
okay,
And ma'am, just step back 2 inches.
Too
from the
loud?
mic.
you
I think it's causing
we usually
feedback.
have the opposite
Yes.
problem. Okay, so and tell me about the Hudson River waterfront walkway.
The walkway winds all the way through Port Liberté. It is a public walkway. The HOA of Port Liberté is, from what I understand, in charge of having to keep up that. Also, my understanding was originally Port Liberté was meant to be 5 pieces, all contributing to that. I don't know the genesis of how
Counsel,
the two.
facts. Let's get the
Oh,
facts.
sorry. I guess the fact is we pay for property that everybody is moving into the neighborhood to use. So not understanding, I guess I'm here to say we've not been given any answers as to what would restrict people, and they're actually allowed to use that waterfront property. But why are they not contributing?
Okay, and what is your association maintaining? Like, what infrastructure do you maintain right now?
We maintain the boardwalks, the property, I believe, where the pump house is. And I think any entryways onto those. And then, of course, all of our property.
Okay. How about bulkheads and walkways?
Sorry, bulkheads, yes. And the walkways, yes. That I meant, if I said boardwalk, I meant walkways.
Okay, and as for transportation, how do you get to and from your home in Caven Point?
If I'm driving, I have to drive out Chapel Avenue. And if there's also a shuttle, also it exits out Chapel Avenue, and a ferry.
Okay, and is there traffic on Chapel Ave?
Yes, and it's since the Oliver has moved in, it's increased morning traffic. Sorry. Yes, there is traffic
regular lay people know about traffic. Yes. I don't think that's
Council, you're asking the question.
I've experienced traffic myself.
Yes, there's traffic on Chapel Ave.
There is traffic on Chapel Avenue, yes.
Okay, so and has traffic gotten worse? Oh, well, I think you already addressed this. Okay. So you attended most or all of the hearings on this application. Is there anything in particular you heard or saw during Pulte's presentation that you feel they got wrong?
Yes. I think that the road study was done before Oliver was open, and also without taking into account any of the public things that happen at the end of Chapel Avenue. And I don't think that I didn't see proper emergency exiting plans. God forbid we have one. And seeing the map, seeing what they put up for the tidal flooding with it being just that's what will happen, seems unsatisfactory.
Okay, and is there anything else you feel the planning board needs to know in order to fully evaluate Pulte's application?
I think just based on what we've heard, the elevation and water egress seems, I still don't know how anyone could comfortably feel like that's been addressed and answered.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Hold on.
Trying to run away.
Any questions from the board?
No.
Thank you, Mr. McCann.
Hi.
Ms. McCann, be nice. Be nice.
It's okay.
Are you a certified planner in the state of New Jersey?
I am not.
Are you a certified traffic expert in the state of New Jersey?
I am not.
Are you a certified architect in the state of New Jersey?
I am not.
How about an engineer?
No.
What is your background?
I am manager, consultant, advisor. Pardon me?
Well, I didn't-
I'm a manager or consultant or advisor in the entertainment space and business space and tech space.
Thank you.
You're
No further
welcome.
questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good.
Counsel, you didn't have any questions for that witness, did you? I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hagianis, no other witnesses?
No, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hagianis.
Mr. McCann.
At this time, I'd just like to recall Mr. Brian Weisner, my professional engineer, for some rebuttal testimony on the association's engineer's testimony.
Good evening, Mr.
Good evening.
Weisner. Mr. Weisner, you've been previously sworn? I have. Your licenses are still current and in good standing? It is. Okay. We'll just remind you that you're still under oath, sir.
Thank you. Is this okay? Is this better?
Now it's better.
Okay.
What can you do?
Stephen Joseph, he's not getting any
You want to bring something up on the screen, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring up prior exhibits. So just, shall I go?
Go.
Let's reference the exhibit that's up.
Yeah.
It is Exhibit 27, A27. We called it Excerpt of FHA Exhibit on the 428 meeting. I just want to reiterate, I went through at the last meeting quite a bit about tidal versus rainfall. They are two separate events. And this example, or not example, this piece of regulation describes them. I'll zoom in. Again, tidal flood area in which the flood hazard area design flood elevation is governed by tidal flooding from the Atlantic Ocean. Flooding in a tidal flood hazard area may be contributed to or influenced by stormwater from inland areas, but the depth of flooding generated by tidal rise and fall Atlantic Ocean is greater than flooding from any fluvial source. Conversely, fluvial flood hazard area in which flood hazard area design flood elevation is governed by stormwater runoff. Flooding in a fluvial flood hazard area may be contributed to or influenced by elevated water levels generated by the tidal rise and fall of the Atlantic Ocean, but the depth of flooding generated by stormwater runoff is greater than the flooding from the Atlantic Ocean. There's no provision in here to assess both simultaneously. It's generally considered that one is going to be worse than the other depending on where you are, close to the shore or not close to the shore. In this case, we've actually analyzed both. We analyze when the storm surge comes into elevation 12. It's governed by ground elevation, not by runoff falling from the sky. We've also analyzed under a fluvial situation when an extreme event, a 100-year flood, rainfall event happens. The wet ponds fill up, actually to the 2100-year rainfall event. And when that happens, all the storm water is still retained on the site. It does get close, gets within an inch or two in two locations. Otherwise, all the ponding happens on the applicant's site. I'm going to switch now quickly to Exhibit A28. This is the exhibit that I explained at the last meeting that illustrates where the floodwaters would come in and inundate areas below elevation 12. And the point of bringing this up is to show the proximity here to the Hudson River. It comes in right along Chapel Avenue. There's a direct nexus from the site. If this flood event happens, it's because it's coming in from the river. It's not generated by runoff coming from the site going out to the river. There's no blockage of pipes here from runoff from the site. It's actually the opposite. It's water coming backwards into the site. And for that reason, having separate storm sewers or separate drain lines to the wet ponds is not going to ameliorate whatever condition exists today on the HOA property or on this property. Elevation 12 is going to govern where the flood water comes in from the ocean. Lastly, I'm now referring to Exhibit A22, which is the entire site plan set of drawings, last revised 10/16. And the only reason I'm bringing this up, which is sheet CS100, is on it we have labeled in various locations that along the edge of the property that borders the applicant's property with the HOA, it's identified there's a black aluminum fence to be installed on top of wall. There's an emergency access, which is depicted with a gate. And the fence also continues up around the wall, up to Plan North, and where it meets with an existing 4-foot-high black aluminum fence. And then it continues down Plan South to Chapel Avenue. There's a question as to how are we providing security? The retaining wall itself is not the security. It's the 4-foot-high fence along the entire perimeter of the site that borders the HOA. That is how the site is being secured to prevent trespassers from going back and forth.
So Getting back to the regulation that was highlighted in yellow and green, can you pull that up on the screen for us?
So I'm back in Exhibit A27, and I'm on page 9.
So there's been kind of a question or a suggestion that maybe the DEP wasn't aware that the project plans to discharge the stormwater into the, remind me the
Wet ponds.
wet ponds, which are connected to the Hudson Bay, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was the DEP fully aware of the facts of this design when they issued the waterfront development permit?
Flood hazard. They issued
Flood
a flood
hazard,
hazard.
sorry,
permit.
flood hazard. My apologies.
Yes, they were aware. The reason I know this is we had a pre-application meeting with the DEP in June of 2024 before we applied for the permit to make sure we understood the conditions and the applications that would govern this site. I actually have it in an email that they responded to. Am I allowed to bring this up?
Yes, let's bring it up. It's a rebuttal exhibit.
We're going to have to mark it. It
Let's
has
mark
not
it.
been shared.
It's not been shared yet, no.
What are we marking it as?
What are we up to? Is it A31?
It's one of 5. Is this a trail? Let's.
Yes,
Yes.
it's an
Identify
email
it.
trail.
Okay. Are you?
It's an email from Michael Sheehan of DEP to myself, Kelly McCormick, and Lauren Bellardo, all Langen professionals that were on a call with Michael.
Mr. Lempe, I'm just going to object to the document. We don't have an opportunity to question Mr. Sheehan about what was stated in here or cross-examine him. I mean, don't know the context of the email. In order for the witness to describe the context of the email, he's going to have to talk about hearsay. I know that's, a trial objection, but still, I don't.
And if this was a trial, that
I understand.
that would be a good objection. Counsel, let's get some foundation. Let's
Sure.
start at the bottom.
Mr. Wiesner, explain to us how you disclosed to the DEP the facts that applied to this project.
So we reviewed the constraints around the site, and we reviewed a prior application, the one for the Oliver, to ask the DEP would the same set of rules apply, specifically regarding the use of the wet ponds. If you recall, the Oliver was permitted at a time when the wet ponds could be used for water quality, but the regulations had changed. And moreover, the flood elevation had changed. I heard a prior witness talk about the flood elevation or flood experience after Sandy. In fact, the flood elevation was raised after Sandy happened. We have to deal with a higher flood elevation and a higher requirement than used to exist. Nevertheless, we walked them through the project. We said this is how we think the regulations would be applied, or the regulations that would be applicable. And we followed up with this email that asked for their confirmation of our understanding.
And did in the flood hazard area permit application, did you disclose the wet ponds to the NJDEP?
We did.
And did you disclose the conveyance system that you planned to the NJDEP?
We did.
Is that part of this email here?
Yes, this is the email that was sent in the chain on page 2.
Do these emails follow in sequence?
Yes, from the bottom up.
Okay. So we're going to mark it as A31. Counsel, your objection is noted for purposes of the record. let's go to the first email.
I'm going to get past the Teams invite. That was the appointment for the meeting. The first email is Michael Sheehan, DEP, emailing the same day as the pre-application meeting on June 11th, indicating he tracked down the approval for the most recent project. He's referring to the Oliver. And it appears the reason you were permitted to use the wet ponds for water quality is because the permit was issued prior to the effective date of green infrastructure. It goes on. This is not particularly relevant to the point I'm trying to bring up regarding that section of the code. I can continue reading if you'd like, or I can get to the next email.
Counsel,
I'm fine. Move on. Let's move on.
Okay. So the next email is Friday, June 28th from Lauren Bellardo of my office to Michael, asking him for clarification or summary and an update on what we found following our meeting. And the first item is really the important item for purposes of what I'm describing. Stormwater quantity management. As discussed on our call, the attached agreement between the property owner and neighboring golf course allows the project site to discharge stormwater runoff from the developed site into the golf course wet ponds. As such, stormwater runoff from the site will be discharged to the wet pond system, which is directly connected to a tidal water body, and further measures for stormwater quantity or control are not required. We respectfully request your concurrence that this documentation addresses the question of a permitted connection to a wet pond, so the project design and entitlements may proceed with confidence that a new stormwater quantity management measures are not required.
So counsel, the purpose of this email is to demonstrate that these conversations took place with DEP. And what
Yes,
was
and the
disclosed
purpose
to
is
them with
also
respect to wet ponds.
Yes, sir. And Brian, if you would like, you want to go back to the green and yellow highlighted regulation?
So the green is no analysis is required if the stormwater is discharged directly into any ocean, bay, inlet, or the reach of any water course between its confluence with an ocean, bay, or inlet or downstream of the first water control structure.
And the significance of this related to the email is that the DEP was fully aware, am I correct, of the fact that we were the project is discharging into the wet pond, which was then discharging into the Hudson Bay, and that's the basis for this permit being issued, correct?
Correct. And July 10th email at 1:06 p.m. This is from the DEP. We're in agreement that the drainage easements have language that would allow you to discharge unattenuated runoff, no quantity controls is what that means, into the golf course ponds and subsequently the tidal water course such that the requirements of NJAC 7:8-56B4 would be met. B4 is the highlighted yellow and green. Unattenuated runoff means we don't have to do the quantity controls that we're being asked for. We did them without the tidal floodplain, just to show that if there was no tidal floodplain, we were still controlling runoff within our site. But you don't have to combine them. DEP would not issue a permit if they did require us to combine them, because they would make us demonstrate exactly that. So I think this demonstrates we communicated with DEP to clarify the rules before we submitted. They agreed and in fact provided us guidance and confirmation before we submitted of how it would be applied.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any comments from the board? Sure.
Yeah, just one question. And I don't know who this is directed to, Santo or you guys, but is this referencing an official interpretation of DEP of their rules, or is this the individual opinion of someone who is at DEP, an expert?
I would say this is the reviewer's guidance to us before we made an application, and the ultimate proof is the issuance of the permit. Now, we based our application on this. In fact, in here it says he had a check with his supervisor to make sure this interpretation was correct.
Thank you.
Can we refer back to the email on, I believe it's July 9th? There's an email. This is the 10th.
Yeah, 9.
Thank you. Any other board comments?
Rebuttal witness.
Mr. Caliber? Mr. Genus?
I just had a question.
Come on, Ms. Janice.
Hi, good evening. So I don't know if we could scroll down to the beginning of the email chain, like after the teams. Okay, so in the first email, I'm not sure what the date is from Michael Sheehan. Okay, June 11th. Was this after or before the pre-application meeting?
This was the same day as the pre-application meeting, later in the day.
Okay, and if you could scroll down slightly more. Okay, so I'm just curious, did the topic of a waterfront development permit come up during that meeting? Because I see something there that says the permit, next paragraph, the permit was modified under WFD 220001 on 10/25/2022. I'm just curious if that was raised at the pre-application meeting.
It was, and I'm going to go up one email, which is Friday, June 28th. And we're writing an email to Michael following up. And the last bullet point says coastal jurisdictional determination. A coastal jurisdictional determination letter was provided from NJDEP for the project stating a waterfront development permit, a CAFR permit, and a coastal wetland permit is not required.
Okay, and is that the letter that was submitted to the board today as an exhibit?
Correct.
And that letter was for another project, not for this one?
It was for the site, the tax lot.
Okay, okay, thank you.
And just to continue, Michael does confirm that the remainder of the items in your email appear to be consistent with what was discussed at our
Okay,
meeting.
I actually do have a follow-up question.
And that letter was A29 for the record.
Okay, thank you. And what kind of notice and opportunity to comment is provided for these NJDEP decisions or decisions involving permits?
So we have to get a list of property owners within 200 feet of the property and send out notice for the permit. Copies also sent to the city clerk, and I think the planning board is also notified.
And
So-
if I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, please.
No, we have
Go
to
ahead.
provide proof of that notice in our application to DEP.
Okay, and if there's a determination that a permit's not required, is there any notification of that? Like, how would the public find out that there's a decision not to require a permit?
Well, it's the application notes what is proposed, what permits are being sought. You don't list every permit that's not being sought or may not be relevant.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're saying just by default, people, or just by deduction, people should realize no permit is being applied for or required. Okay.
Did you comply with those requirements in this case?
We did.
Do you have proof that you complied?
It's in our application to DEP, a copy of which was provided to the city. Maybe not to the board, but to the city in accordance with the DEP permit application rules.
Was notice provided to the property owners?
Within 200 feet based on the list given to us by the city.
Thank you.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses, counsel?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, actually, I think I've already been sworn.
Yes. This gentleman's testified.
Back in September.
In
of
September.
25.
You could swear him in again, but he's already been sworn in.
I do. It's Sean, S-E-A-N, Moronsky, M-O-R-O-N-S-K-I.
Mr. Morosky, is your license current and in good standing?
It is.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, what was your license again? What are you a planner, engineer?
I'm sorry, yes, I'm a licensed professional planner.
Okay, thank you.
Should have added that, I know. Okay. With regards to the site plan application, a couple of things that I'm going to go over in response to Mr. Pessolano's comments earlier. The first...
So, Mr. Moronsky, first, let's tell the board what we have up on the screen right now.
Yes. Okay. Right now, this is site plan CS 101, which is a zoomed-in site plan of what I'll call the northern section of the site. I believe this was part of the site plan. This was part of the site plan package that was last revised October 10th, 2025. I have that noted as A19.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. And the reason I brought it up was because I'm going to go through some of the requirements with regards to project compliance. As you're aware, we're not requesting any variances because according to the redevelopment plan requirements, we don't need any. And I'll first start with our building height redevelopment plan, section 8C3 permits a height up to 15 stories and 200 feet. Our buildings are proposed at 4 stories and 54 feet. The unit type, stacked townhouses, which are also permitted in the redevelopment plan. Question of parking space dimensions came up, and I'm referring to the exhibit now. Let's see. I have the cursor showing the surface parking spaces not associated with the garages. Those are 9 by 18. The dimension is required is 8.5 feet wide by 18 feet deep. There was also a discussion about the drive aisles. 22 feet is the minimum as I'm zooming in. Where there are surface parking spaces that do not have garage driveways on both sides, the driveways are 24 feet wide. It's the 22 feet wide drive aisles are in areas where you have no parking spaces, such as where I'm showing on the plan here. And as I scroll down, actually, I will refer to the same site plan, but it'll be sheet CS 102, which is the southern section of the project. And I'm zooming into an area where you have driveways on both sides. We have a 22-foot wide drive aisle, but each of the driveway lengths are 20 feet. So across you have 62 feet. Which is actually 2 feet more than when you have conventional parking spaces, which are each 18 feet deep, and with a 24-foot wide drive aisle, that's 60 feet. So we do comply with the redevelopment plan in terms of driveway width, in terms of parking space length, in terms of circulation. We've addressed the Department of Infrastructure comments that we've received, and we meet the guest parking requirements.
There was a suggestion made by the planner who testified tonight that there was a concern that the drive aisles did not meet RSI requirements and the redevelopment plan requirements. The purpose of this testimony is to reinforce and show the board that they absolutely do, correct?
That is correct. They do meet the requirements, as been noted in my testimony and in previous testimony for this application. Another subject that was brought up with regards to the redevelopment plan is preserving sightlines. And I am referring to a section of the redevelopment plan which is Exhibit A5, the redevelopment plan. And this is on page 6. It's redevelopment plan section 3D. And the specific section highlighted talks about the preservation and development of sightlines and vista points to the sites surrounding visual attractions, including the Manhattan skyline, the Statue of Liberty, and New York Harbor. And as Mr. Pessolano had noted, that's obviously a concern, which it is, which we've discussed based on our prior testimony, and also as subject to the initial application checklist requirements, the applicant was required to submit a visual impact assessment, which is Exhibit A23, and has been posted on the city website for download. We submitted it back in September of 2024. Let's see, just getting to the right section. Okay. What I'm referring to now is the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance. This is the relevant section of the ordinance with regards to the visual impact submission format. And the 4 items that we have to address include the elevation of the proposed building or project, a description of any unique scenic features or scenic views, the visual impact the proposal will have on any of the scenic corridors identified in the master plan, and if necessary, proposed mitigation to negative impacts. We also included a shadow study in the visual impact assessment, which is also required in the ordinance. But for the purposes of my testimony, I'm going to address the 4 subsections that I noted with regards to the visual impact assessment submission format. Now, the first part has to do with the elevation of the proposed building or the project. Section 3.0 of the visual impact assessment, which is on page 2, describes the height. It's lower than the height that's permitted. And the reason we have to do a visual impact assessment is because any structures that are proposed with a height of 40 feet or greater, we are required to provide this visual impact assessment. But we reinforce that what's being proposed is much lower than what is currently permitted at the site. So then there's the second item, which is a description of unique scenic features or any scenic view from the site. Section 4.0, and I'm going to refer to A23 of the A23, which is the visual impact assessment. Section 4.0, I will get that. And what we're asked to do is show photographs from the site itself. Obviously, it shows the existing conditions on the site. And the views you have, the photograph 2 shows from the northeastern section of the site facing across the Port Liberté tennis courts and pavilion. And in the report, there is a map, a figure which shows where we took the photos from and in the direction of scenic vistas. So the third part of the visual impact assessment is what is the visual impact to the scenic corridors or vistas. We have to refer to the most current master plan reference to the corridors or vistas and the 2011 master plan circulation element.
And just to be clear, that's the city master plan for the entire city of Jersey City.
Correct.
Not this master plan that we've been talking about for Caven Point.
Correct. This is the city master plan.
Thank you.
And an important point, because the views of these scenic corridors and vistas, it's not related to 1 or 2 particular properties. It's the view of the vistas from locations throughout the city. And in the 2011 circulation plan of the Jersey City Master Plan, it talked about preserving and creating scenic corridors and view sheds as identified in the land use element. And how would they go about that? They cite a specific action to preserve the New Jersey Turnpike Newark Bay Extension Scenic Corridor, as discussed in the land use element of the 2000 Jersey City Master Plan. And one would think, okay, well, what relevance does this have to this particular property? but it goes to the question of how any development would have an impact on scenic corridors from key viewpoints throughout the city. And the Turnpike Newark Bay extension is a substantial gateway for people who are visiting Jersey City or maybe traveling through toward New York City. So if you follow the 2000 Jersey City Master Plan land use element, it talks about that the planning board has recognized the scenic value of the vistas provided by the Turnpike and continues to seek to protect them from incompatible development. And these limits aren't intended to prevent the development of significant structure, but require that building placement be managed so that you coordinate with the vistas to be provided toward New York Harbor, toward Manhattan, the Statue of Liberty, the downtown waterfront, and Jersey City's historic neighborhoods. The key point is that the view protection is to protect the overall public view from key points as identified in the master plan. It's about a public benefit as opposed to a view from a particular site. And our position based on this report is that the project as proposed does indeed meet that, yes, because of the lower buildings, but also because of the layout, which does not have any substantial impact on the view corridors that have been identified in the city master plan. With regards to mitigation, I don't believe any mitigation is required. The project's not visible from the Turnpike extension or other areas of a substantial distance due to that distance and grade change. The Port Liberté buildings closest to the project site are of a similar size and scale. Some of them might be taller. And the project height is much lower than permitted, which is consistent with the project's intention of scaling downward, staying within the requirements, which is why we are requesting no variance. And the visual impact assessment shows that there's no adverse impact to scenic corridors, and we're consistent with the redevelopment plan with regards to the preservation of sightlines.
So if there are one or two buildings in the Liberty Watch community, if it's approved, that block the view of one or two buildings in the Port Liberté community, is that a factor that needs to be taken into consideration in connection with this section of the redevelopment plan that you cited? Can you put it back up on the screen?
Yes.
Right. Are we required to preserve the sight lines of any particular building or condominium unit
No.
in Port Liberté?
No.
It's not what this entire scheme is about, is it?
No, it's about the overall public benefit as opposed to a particular property or site.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, counsel. Ms. Hadjianis? Thank you. Any other witnesses, counsel?
No, sir.
Thank you, counsel. So, very briefly, Ms. Wong.
Ms. Wong, did Mr. Weisner's rebuttal testimony address your concerns about the impact of flooding on Port Liberté HOA property?
No,
And why not?
because as I mentioned before, the conditions of 100-year tidal flooding combined with storm rainfall condition was not addressed.
Okay. And in the emails between Mr. Weisner, his colleagues, and the DEP that were put up on the screen, did you see any mention or discussion regarding the impact of tidal flooding on the site?
No.
Mr. Weisner also spoke, I think, specifically about the difference between fluvial and tidal flooding, and he stated that they are treated separately. Do you agree with that?
Yes and no. So
Please explain.
yes, it's two different definitions. One is for inland area, one is for coastal area.
So, step one, they do have different definitions.
Correct.
Okay, so there is some difference between the two.
Yes, definitely.
Why do you disagree then that when you said yes and no, that there's also a difference between them?
The difference is when tidal flood happens, it does not exclude rainfall events. It often happens same time. As we all say, the hurricanes, the tropical storms, the nor'easters have storm surge, but in the same time have significantly rainfall events happening same time.
So in other words, it's a very simple fact that while they're separate events, they can happen at the same time. And in that scenario, you can't treat them separately. They're both happening and occurring at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you disagree that you can't treat them separately despite having a different definition, because you need to, as an engineer, take both of those things into consideration?
Yes.
Okay. If the planning board feels that the applicant has failed to demonstrate that their application will not increase flooding on neighboring sites, that is then a basis upon which the planning board members could deny the application, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your opinion that, in fact, the applicant has failed to demonstrate that their application will not increase flooding on neighboring sites.
Under extreme tidal flood condition.
And that's because they've refused to run those calculations for tidal flooding events, correct?
Yes.
And that's resolvable, right?
Yes.
They could run those calculations.
They can run the calculations and demonstrate that.
In other words, the members of the planning board have no reason to wonder or worry about whether or not their decision is going to increase flooding on the neighboring Port Liberté site, because that can be addressed and resolved by the applicant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Wong. Mr. McCann?
I have a question. So, what I don't understand about your argument is that you're not citing any regulation or where is the regulation that requires what you're saying?
Okay. Let's put regulations
No, we
for a
can't. I'm
little bit.
asking you, where is the regulation in the DEP requirements that
Okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah, so my interpretation of DEP regulation, NJAC 7:, part 5.6, that requires the development to hold water quality standard or quantity standard at the development site, not increase flooding onto abutting lot, adjacent property, and that's my interpretation of the lot requirement.
and the DEP disagreed with that and issued a permit, correct?
DEP issued permit, yes.
Thank you. And the regulation that you're referring to is the stormwater quantity regulation, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Mr. McCann, do you have any other witnesses?
No, sir.
Counsel, do you have any other witnesses? No. Ms. Hygianis, do you have any other witnesses? Okay. Madam Chair, given the lateness of the hour, we have a room full of people that can't wait to talk to the board. Then we're going to have summations. It would be the chair and the board's decision whether we have public comment on another evening or if we start public comment and carry over. But there is a room full of people, and we will be going virtual
In our next
in our next meeting. We understand that everybody wants to be heard. We understand that everybody in the room has an interest in this particular application.
So what we'll do is we'll take a 5 minutes break. We have a hard stop at 10.
So, Madam Chair, it's 20 to 10. So,
Because our recorder needs a break. So we'll do a 5 minute. We'll do a 5 minutes break and then we'll be right back. So we are against time, and I know there's a lot of you from the public that would like to speak on this project. For this evening meeting, we will have a hard stop at 10:15.
so everybody gets 3 minutes. We can't repeat the same things raised by the person before us. So just keep that in mind. It will move the process along. So with that being said, Mr. Wine, you're standing there like you want to say something.
It's so odd for an attorney to be quiet for 6 hours, so.
It's fun.
Just very briefly, Madam Chair, Commissioners, obviously the hour is late. I do have an application on this evening for 53 Beacon Avenue, and I forget what item that was on the agenda.
13, under new business.
13 under new business. And I guess being that we will not be reached this evening, I would just respectfully request to be adjourned to whatever the next, hopefully soon, meeting date is, as this application has been complete and scheduled initially in December of 2025. So to the extent it can be a soon agenda, I would appreciate that. And I understand we would have to renotice for the virtual meeting.
What's the date, Cam, just so we can notice?
If you can do it, we will extend June 9th. We understand this application has been around for a very long time.
Okay, so assuming, I'll confirm with you tomorrow, Cam, that my paralegal says I can get the notice out in time, and assuming that's the case, we'll do June 9th. If for whatever reason it's past the notice deadline, I guess 2 weeks later, we would definitely work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Perfect.
counsel.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Harrington?
Yes, if I could, while we're doing this, I have the Lot Street application. It's agenda item number 9, P2025-0067. I was speaking with Cameron about that and would respectfully request that it be carried to the June 9th meeting. I understand that I'm going to have to renotice. I have a notice ready to go. It's just a matter of trying to get it in the paper on time.
Okay.
So if that's okay.
We are also extending the June 9th date to Mr. Harrington for
How
Lot
about
Street.
Mr. Lean, who's standing behind Mr. Harrington?
Well, if I could just take care of one other item, the Marin Boulevard. We talked about that. I believe Cameron said
That's
that.
on number 15?
That's, yes, 15. That's P2025-0068. I believe that Cameron's discussed July 14th for that one.
Correct. July 14th.
Since we're noticing for all these, we don't have to go through them.
That's
They're going to
correct.
be noticed.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Lean?
Thank you.
Thank you. I had number 8 on the agenda, P2025-0106. I spoke with Cam, and we're going to put this on June 30th, hoping it's first up, because we were first up tonight originally. Yeah, we'll renotice.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I would like to open for public on case P2025-0, sorry, P2024-0029.
Who's going to manage it?
I was kind of hoping that everybody would manage it themselves, but okay, we're going to go in height order.
Good evening.
Shortest to tallest.
Yep. I do.
Alexandra Cameron, ALEXANDRA CAMERON, 16 Constitution Way, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07305.
3 minutes.
You have
ma'am.
3 minutes.
Sorry, I have notes. Okay. I'm a longtime Port Liberté resident, a parent, and someone who personally experienced the consequences of poor waterfront development planning during Superstorm Sandy. Ironically, I had to evacuate a Pulte building in Jersey City during Sandy due to what I would call design failures. Shortly afterward, my family moved into Port Liberté. The townhouse and condo, too, had severe flooding, a destroyed backyard, and years of insurance-related delays before repairs were completed. Property values suffered significantly. Today, we live in Condo 3, directly near the pond behind the golf course, where I've raised my children and invested in this community for over a decade. If this board allows the Pulte project to proceed tonight without major protective contingencies, including a fully independent stormwater and water management system, we will seriously consider selling our home. This proposal is not just about adding housing, it's about knowingly intensifying flood, sewage, traffic, safety, and infrastructure risks in an already vulnerable waterfront community. FEMA flood maps do not adequately account for intense rainfall events, combined sewer overflow failures, or Jersey City's aging drainage constraints. Jersey City's combined sewer system already has become overwhelmed during major storms, creating street flooding mixed with untreated sewage discharge. Adding 168 new townhomes and paving over absorbent land will dramatically increase runoff volume, sewage demand, and pressure on evacuation routes like Chapel Avenue. Residents know from experience that promises made by developers during approvals are forgotten once units are occupied. We already experience trespassing, congestion, delivery bottlenecks, and construction gridlock from nearby development. Approving this project without ironclad, independently verified flood mitigation and infrastructure protections would be reckless and would permanently alter the safety, livability, and character of Port Liberty for the families who already call it home. And my 13-year-old son here, who's here all night, just to also represent on behalf of our family. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
I do. Yeah, my name is Aparna Srinivasan, A-P-A-R-N-A, S as in Sam, R-I, N as in Nancy, I, V as in Victor, A, S as in Sam, A, N as in Nancy. Sorry, that might take all 15 minutes, right? I'm an owner at 30 Constitution Way, Unit 102 in Jersey City, part of Port Liberté.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, Board. Tonight, you'll hear from the community that has spent years living with the consequences of decisions made without us, about us. You'll hear from parents, seniors, first-time homeowners, lifelong residents, people who have carried the weight of flooding, failing infrastructure, environmental uncertainty, and the erosion of trust. These are not abstract concerns, but daily realities that shape how we live, plan, and how safe we feel in our own homes. We, excuse me, we are here tonight because the people who live with these consequences of development have been treated as an afterthought. And here, and we're here because the board has a responsibility and the authority to change that. The decisions made in this room rippled outward into people's lives. They determine whether families feel protected or abandoned, whether environmental risks are taken seriously or brushed aside, whether development serves the public interest or simply serves those who stand to gain financially. For years, the harms of Port Liberté have been minimized, dismissed, or treated as unfortunate footnotes to someone else's profit. But the truth is unavoidable. When a developer's actions destabilize a community's safety, environment, and infrastructure, accountability is not optional. It is a bare minimum standard of responsible governance. Tonight, you will hear from residents speak to how the burden, financial, emotional, and physical, has fallen squarely on the people who live there. You will hear facts, data, and firsthand accounts that make one thing painfully clear. The status quo is not sustainable and is not acceptable. These flaws are not merely technicalities. They translate directly into real-world consequences that Jersey City will bear the full burden of. When floodwaters damage our homes and infrastructure, is Jersey City prepared to assume the financial responsibility? When property values in Port Liberté plummet, it's Jersey City's reputation and tax base that will be compromised. And when residents find themselves isolated in emergencies, the city will stand accountable for failing to protect its citizens. We are not asking for special treatment, simply fair treatment. We're asking we're asking you to uphold the principles this board is meant to embody: transparency, diligence, and protection of public interest. Every speaker who follows me will illuminate a different facet of the same truth. Port Liberté deserves better. Our families deserve better. And the decisions made in this room will determine whether this community continues to bear the weight of past failures or finally begins to see justice, accountability, and meaningful change. Approving this development as it stands is a direct abdication of your responsibility to safeguard public safety and community welfare. You'll be authorizing a project that puts Jersey City on the hook when things fall apart.
That's time.
I urge you to listen to Give me a second. I urge you to listen to the experts who come after me. Who are these experts? The residents of Port Liberté, the people who live here with the consequences every single day. Your vote is not just a project on paper. It will determine the future safety.
Your time is up. I'm sorry.
And stability of Port
The next
Liberté for
speaker,
generations come. Vote no, and do not let Jersey City be on the hook for a disaster waiting to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Ehrman. I swear. Michael Ehrman, E-H-R-M-A-N-N, 15 Enterprise Court.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You have 3 minutes,
The
please.
debate started tonight with a comment by Commissioner O'Day, remembering that for the last 50 years, all of the parcels in Caven Point Peninsula were expected to contribute to the expenses of Caven Point Peninsula. Mr. McCann responded by saying, no, our development is not going to be part of Port Liberté because it doesn't have to be. Let me give you some further information to help you decide what to do about that clear dispute. For number one, after the permit that was discussed here tonight had been received by the developer and he built the boardwalk and he built condo 2 and 3, there's one of these transfer agreements. In that transfer agreement, there's no gray area. Everything that was an expense of Caven Point was shifted to the Port Liberté HOA. And it didn't say just the Port Liberté 3 condos. It said whatever condos were part of the HOA would have all the responsibilities. And the HOA did sign that. The permit that you've heard about tonight, we have had various studies done over the years, and what we know is that about every 10 or 15 years, Port Liberté will have to pay anywhere between $10 and $20 million for the refurbishment of that boardwalk. That is a burden that this community pays, which is why the issue of whether other parts of this property are going to help pay for it is so crucial. Right after Condo 3, my condo, was built, the developer tried to build Condo 4. He did the design, he had some pre-sales. He couldn't get it through because of financing, but he clearly accepted with Condo 4, which is on the land which is now proposed for Pulte, that there would be this cost sharing. Didn't happen. There were, for the next 10 years, that developer stayed on the board as president of the HOA because it was his intention to have all of the land become and remain part of Port Liberté. So he waits and waits. And finally in 2019, he decided he has enough. And he starts looking for separate developments. And the first thing he does is 407-unit Oliver. And the 407-unit Oliver can't be part of the HOA because it's apartments. But that development has paid nearly $4 million to the HOA and to Condo 1 to support expenses of Caven Point, $2.5 million by agreement, the rest as a result of a lawsuit. So now along comes this development. He chooses one of the most unlikely companies to ever
That's time.
cooperate in an HOA, Pulte. It's too strong. It doesn't
Or your
need
time
to.
is up.
If you approve this, you basically are choosing the approach of not taking responsibility for the peninsula.
Thank you. Our next speaker?
I do. Karen Donahue, Donohue, 15 Freedom Way. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
All right, so the request for an amendment to the Caven Point redevelopment plan is not is not valid in my opinion. This will not be a Phase 5 as they have stipulated, since they will not be part of our HOA as intended. Consequently, they will not be paying anything towards the maintenance of the Hudson waterfront walkway, which is due, as Michael said, in the next few years for millions of dollars in restoration costs. The original plan called for approximately 2,000 units to support the cost of maintaining the walkway. Pulte is significantly changing the original plan to stacked townhomes, which significantly increases the density of the development beyond what was originally detailed, basically altering the character and environmental impact to the site. Point 2, traffic is currently limited to one road in and one road out of our peninsula. We have over 800 units currently with over 1,600 residents. The Oliver has in full flux of getting their 400 plus units filled. Pulte proposes 168 townhomes with a minimum approximately of 350 residents. A conservative estimate of 2,800 people will have to exit our peninsula during a natural disaster. A new development should not be approved until our egress is properly expanded. This will be a potential lawsuit against the planning board, the city of Jersey City, and with the inevitable natural disaster strikes, people cannot quickly and safely evacuate our peninsula. My point 3 is we're in a flood zone. Pulte has been ordered to raise their buildings at least 3 feet. And though Pulte has stated they have an easement from Liberty National Golf Course to divert floodwaters onto the golf course, the potential for flooding into our buildings increases exponentially. After all, water always flows downhill, and we will be downhill of the golf course and the proposed townhomes. Murphy's Law states, what can go wrong will go wrong, and at a minimum, our garages will be flooded. And my last point is our pump house has proven to be unable to accommodate Port Liberté condos and the Oliver rental complex, which is not fully rented yet. And we've experienced sludge backup in our garages, in our mid-rise buildings. It's unsanitary, a health hazard, and costly to clean up. I am urging you not to approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
You didn't have to tell me my time was up.
Great.
Hey.
Our next speaker, you have 3 minutes.
I do. Peter Mealy, M like in Mary, E-L-E. What's that? 100 Shearwater Court East, 63, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07305. Welcome. Good evening, and thank you for your service. Appreciate what you do and your commitment to the betterment and the future of Jersey City. Thank you for doing your job. And I want to thank the attorneys for my continuing education in life and reading the fine print. It's been a very interesting ride, but there's not much for me to really say except I've been at Port Liberté for 25 years in that area. Been through whatever we've been through, and this development by Pulte is, to be just quick about it, it's totally unnecessary. Pulte could go anywhere he wants and build whatever he wants. He's a national developer, got deep pockets, and it just shouldn't happen. I spent over 30 years in the construction business, so I kind of know some stuff. And it ain't going to work. And what I'm going to charge you all with, and I do charge you with, is our lives, our safety, our future, our betterment, our beauty, because this thing is just going to be a nightmare. Not any individuals here, but this board or whoever was on the board, when you gave the Oliver the green light to go do what they did, they're now encroaching upon our privacy, having the dogs poop all over the place on our property, infiltrating our pools, our tennis courts, and you gave, and Chapel Avenue was a pretty decent roadway before the Oliver, you gave the Oliver whatever you wanted to give them. Now, Chapel Avenue is a driveway with a double line in it. It's absurd, and I'm a professional driver. It is absurd, it is ridiculous to have to go up and down that road and deal with the Oliver and anything else, the Army Corps of Engineers. You know, that's our neighbor. So talk about safety, fire engines coming down and up and down. It ain't going to work at all. And all that's going to happen is our lives are going to be in jeopardy forever. So please, you know, tell Mr. Pulte that to go somewhere else. I wish him well. You know, he could go anywhere in the United States or whatever he has rights to go build and, you know, continue his journey. But Chapel Avenue is Chapel Avenue.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
I do, yes. Fred Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R, 206 West Shore Water Court.
Mr. Miller, you will be the last speaker for tonight. We are at 10:15 almost already, so.
Well, thank you for indulging me with the opportunity to speak then. My name is Fred Miller. Come July, I will have lived in Port Liberté for 30 years. My thoughts are simple. We live in a country that's being torn apart by cynicism about government. It is the public's perception that government does not work for them, that large money interests are drowning out everything else. I look at that row of the Undertaker convention over there and I feel that. One of the unpleasant aspects of living in our little corner of Jersey City is the sense that we have had no voice in the shaping of our neighborhood for many years. Let me give some examples. Ed Fa Field was rebuilt as a center for major football games, huge traffic jams. We were never consulted. Caven Point Road was narrowed to provide room for a high-speed e-bike food delivery corridor, mistakenly named a bike path. We were never talked to about that. The Oliver narrowed Chapel Avenue. There was no discussion with the residents of Port Liberté about that. The golf course, Liberty National, and the Jersey City Marathon close our street when they have events without any consultation, sometimes creating very dangerous situations. I think you see a theme here. The opening of the Oliver has been awful. The developers refused to share in any of the responsibilities for being part of Port Liberté and then told all their renters, you're renting apartments at Port Liberté. So when people complain about Oliver residents using Port Liberté facilities that we pay for and they don't, it's based on what you approved. And then Pulte comes along, will not meet with us to discuss the impact of their project at all, will not take responsibility for the walkway, just wants to build. And so the approach seems to be, Pulte, that if they can get the planning board to approve, they can ignore the impact on the neighborhood. I'm not asking you to prevent development on that site. Some of my neighbors want that. I don't. I'm asking that a basic requirement be that developers seriously consider the impact of development on the people who already live in Jersey City. Instead, we saw the process delayed because Pulte could not be bothered to notify all the people within 200 feet of the development. Remember that, the first meeting? We say they've handed us several traffic studies, all of which got the name of the road we depend on wrong. It's Caven Point Road, yet Langdon calls it Craven Point Road, even in their testimony. It seems like maybe that was a Freudian slip. Choice of Craven seems pretty obvious. Nevertheless, if you are so sloppy in your proofreading that you can't get the name of the street right, why should we trust any of your statistics? And I'm speaking as a statistician. And no one on the board noticed we live on Caven Point Road. We're proud to. We'd like people to recognize that. So the question for all of us is, what matters? Do we build more apartments? Do we develop more apartments? Or do we create healthy neighborhoods? Because right now, you have a choice between a developer who wants to ram more apartments in without a single concern for the people who live there, or those of us saying, work with us to make a community. And this board has an obligation to decide. Is the goal to build apartments, or is it to build neighborhoods? It's your choice.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to close public comments.
I see no one else from the public.
No, you have to make a motion.
Oh, I make a motion to close public portion.
Second. We're going to reopen public comment at a following meeting? Is that
Yes.
correct? Great.
We'll announce that just now. Roll call, please.
Chair Wick, Vice Chair Wick.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
Commissioner Councilwoman Little.
Nay.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
And Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries to close the public portion. 5 in favor, 1 oppose.
Okay, so this time we will be scheduling this matter for a special meeting. Did we agree on a date?
September, June 16th.
So June 16. All our meeting going further will be on Zoom. So be on the lookout. You will be getting re-notice in the mail. That's one. Number two, the city website will have the link to the Zoom. Am I correct?
They'll get notice in the mail as well.
Yes, Mr. McCann. Come forward, Mr. McCann.
Hi, thank you. I just want to,
Yes,
Yes.
the meeting will
Check to make
start
sure.
at 5:30. It will be on the Zoom platform.
okay, just want to
Mr.
make sure.
McCann, you consent to the extension of time for the board to act on the application?
Yes.
Thank you. So for everybody in the public, the next opportunity is June 16th, 5:30 via Zoom. What is going to happen on June 16th is the remainder of the public that did not speak will be afforded that opportunity to speak. Then we're going to have summations, and then this will be put to a vote by the board.
At that time?
Hopefully at that time. If 300 residents show up, no.
Thank you all for coming out this evening.
Thank you.
All right, we still have some business
What we're
to
told.
get to. So please leave the room quietly. We still have business to get to.
I don't have to say like this beginning. Are you ready? All right. You want me to wait? You want me to wait?
No.
Okay. Application number P2026-0051, decided on May 12, 2026, memorialized May 26, 2026. It's application for extension of preliminary and final major site plan approval. Next is case number P2025-0180, address 113 through 115 Oak Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 19503, lot 3, decided on Tuesday, May 12th, 2026, memorialized on Tuesday, May 26, 2026, which is the application for minor subdivision approval with C variances. Next is case number P2024-0223, applicant 3 Orchard Holding LLC, address 3 Orchard Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 15201, lot 48, decided on Tuesday, March 31st, 2026, memorialized on Tuesday, May 26, 2026, application for minor site plan approval with C variances. Next is case number P2025-0224, applicant Deep Patel for 2-year extension of preliminary and final major site plan approval with C deviations, address 16 Van Riepen Avenue, block 7903, lot 32.01, Jersey City, New Jersey. Next, resolution of the planning board of the city recommending an amendment to the transit proximity bonus in Zone 1 of the Jackson Hill redevelopment plan. Next is case number P2026-0003, address 210 through 212 Bergen Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 23405, lot 6, decided on Tuesday, May 12, 2026, memorialized on Tuesday, May 26, 2026, application for minor subdivision approval. Done.
Vice Chair Wick.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
Commissioner Little.
Aye.
Councilwoman Little. Commissioner Kaplan.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel. And Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. All in favor to memorialize resolution.
So this is our last meeting for right now in person, and we will be going Zoom. Anyone has any questions regarding our Zoom meeting?
Did we have to do, did you send an email about doing a test?
I spoke with Madam Chair this afternoon, and we're going to do a mock Zoom meeting on Monday. Is there a specific time that works best for everyone?
So I
Do you want-
think Monday is caucus, which
Okay.
might just conflict for me and Councilwoman at 4. So if it's earlier.
Second?
Um,
Oh, sorry.
June 1st is Monday.
June 1st, my bad.
Tuesday.
Tuesday's fine. No, it's actually not caucus.
Oh, I lied. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got an extra
We have they took an extra week off, those council slackers. June 1st.
Do you want to do
does
3 p.m. anyway on June 1st? 3 p.m.
I'm
That works for
available.
me.
Okay.
Whatever.
3 p.m. on which date?
On Monday next week.
Can we do 3:30? I do have a 3.
Okay, 3:30.
Does
Yeah,
anybody not know how to
3:30 is good.
I'm fully aware on how to use Zoom.
I just would note, I mean, I don't know, but is it different in this setting where we are on a board and there's public as opposed to kind of a
No,
typical
so
Zoom
what-
meeting of?
What will happen is, we will all be participants, so we will be up on the screen. Cam and Ben and staff do everything. You just need to know how to mute, how to turn your camera on and off. And as we get to persons, whether it's the public or attorneys, the attorneys and their team gets elevated to participants, they come on the screen, and then public, one at a time, gets elevated onto the screen. Obviously, we're not sharing documents ourselves. If we wanted a document or needed a document, we would ask staff as if they were sitting here, can you pull this up, can we see this, and all of those types of things. So it's
And then other than that, we just speak as normally, questions, etc.
Any raising hands, or we're just kind of whenever there's time for questions?
right. So, Chair, I have a question.
Yep.
Chair will recognize the member, so we keep some order on the Zoom.
But we would unmute and say Madam Chairwoman in order to.
Okay.
Okay. It's pretty simple.
Straightforward.
Very straightforward.
And if you keep the tablets, right, like you're gonna see 9
Mhm.
versus if you have only a speaker set and then it's whoever's speaking.
Let's see.
Is there any?
We can obviously do it and try run it. I don't know that you're gonna get any real feel because there's nobody doing it, other than us.
I
We
feel
can
like we could have two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt could be an attorney. There you go.
Present a fake slide deck or something.
Yeah.
Santo, could you could argue? You could depose Matt as a witness.
Grill him. Make it really
Yeah.
difficult for him.
Make him sweat.
Yeah.
Is your license valid?
Abuse him a little.
I just paid my renewal fee today.
Sorry, what was that, Madam Chair? Yes, I will. I will tomorrow. I'll send an invite. But in that email tomorrow, I'm going to ask if you got an invite from Zoom today.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Oh, fantastic. Well, the hardest part for me is done. But yeah, we should all just jump on and familiarize ourselves with the format on Monday.
I don't know that I did, but
You might have to whitelist Zoom.
Okay.
let me
yeah.
see.
If you're using a city email address.
You should just mention, use the link.
That's what happened.
Don't try to use the one on the agenda, because then it'll put you in the
As a panelist, which
Got
I
it.
can always promote you. If you're on a device you're unfamiliar with and you don't have access to it, you can always click the public link and then just text us and we'll promote you to panelist. But
Promote.
okay.
Mine was quarantined. Thank you for
Gotcha.
that. Is there any decorum, like cameras on, like any for us? Yep.
Dress up from waist up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Formal from the waist up at least.
Yeah.
Very good.
Briefly to eat or drink. Or do you want us eating and drinking on camera?
There'll be breaks.
Within reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should keep your camera on, right? You should be on the screen. And you shouldn't be doing anything else. You shouldn't be drinking or eating, right?
I'll be
Not even
drinking water.
candy. Not even massive amounts of Kit Kats.
So the only thing I would tell everybody is you look a little different on the Zoom than you do on the YouTube in this room. So if you haven't watched any of these on the YouTube, on the Zoom, it's your face in the screen.
Might be a little distracting.
I'm told I look much older in Zoom.
All right.
You can tell me in executive session following
Ready for
our
our
test
close-up.
run. Madam Chair, motion to
I
adjourn.
don't want to go to Zoom.
Do I get a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, we're adjourned.
Second.
Aye.